Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. It's everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, what's going on?
Hey,
hello.
Friday.
Is that Rebecca Black,
Gotta
John?
get down on Friday. It is.
Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
Partying.
Josh, put on your cool glasses. Or John, put on your
I forgot them today.
Your wife's gonna be
You
so mad.
forgot them.
Yep.
No,
nice.
I didn't. No, I because not normally after I'm done with Jack's show in the morning, I go home, and I did not. Go
That's right.
home.
You
Didn't make
came
it home.
straight here.
And so
I
yeah.
know.
So here
It's
you are.
still it's getting used to another thing to pack away. And as you see, I make 2 trips every day when I come from my desk to here.
You
It's like,
have a lot
carry
of
the computer,
things.
carry that, carry this. Carry
Why didn't you
that.
get 2 pairs of glasses so you could keep one
2
here and
hot
then
glasses.
one at home?
Nah.
I have a question
Nah.
to one of our listeners, one of the great friends of the station, Theo,
Oh,
Theo.
Hi, Theo.
who writes on the YouTube chat, let the listeners vote on the Grum Down.
Oh,
What does that mean?
That was going to be my follow-up.
Vote on what to talk about?
Yeah.
Like,
vote on.
as if there's more options than what you
Yes.
have presented?
Theo, what does that mean?
or does Theo
That's
think,
kind of how I would start, is
does-
what does that mean?
does Theo think that the Grum Down is a list of things we might or might not do, and then he wants to vote on those things?
On if
Oh,
we're
like
gonna-
you rank the importance of the Grum Down
Yeah.
topics?
I mean, the Grum Down is what we will discuss on the show
It
today.
is.
right, but
that
there's
is-
not more options than that. It's just that.
That's the Grum Down.
That's the
Yeah,
Grum Down.
That's just what it is.
Yeah. Theo, you could write an email to John before the show, I guess, if you want to opine on here are
No,
the topics.
John won't
for-
be able to understand it because it's all going to be, what do you think of J-Dog and the Bucky Boys saying
That is right.
Yeah.
smack?
What
Yeah.
about the Minnesota podcast?
I mean, there's a pretty good chance that Theo's email's been blocked from my server.
Oh,
He's back on,
It probably goes right to the spam folder.
Theo is back on the Minnesota podcast thing recently, though.
yeah, he said that yesterday. He's like,
Yeah.
how about the podcast wars?
there's always a podcast war.
Yeah.
What is the?
I
How
would
many
say-
casualties are in the podcast war?
I would say that it's
Not
great.
enough.
Is there is there like a Mr. H of podcasts that we should be
Under
fighting?
not even 2:00.
I go, geez, we're
Designated
already
Hitler.
doing him in the movie club.
Yeah,
Or
Nick.
what?
You're
Yeah.
doing it, Mr. H.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Mr. H is kind of a central theme to the
Hey, you
movie.
guys
this
watching
week.
Schindler's List?
No.
No, Valkyrie.
Valkyrie.
Oh,
Yeah.
The
different.
movie in which they tried to kill him.
They tried to, yes. That's right.
But for some people, the good news is he lives at the end.
There's some Nazi on Nazi violence.
yes,
We love
Nazi
to
on
see it.
Nazi violence.
We love to see it.
Yeah.
But
oh, yeah.
unfortunately,
He did
some
live.
Nazis win.
Yeah.
Some Nazis did win.
Mhm.
Some Nazis.
That is
did
kind
win.
of the rub with Valkyries. Either way, a Nazi was going to win.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's true.
Problematic.
Wade says, like Connor has seen Valkyrie. Yeah, you famously are not.
Do you like Tom
movies.
Cruise eye patch movie?
Tom Cruise eye patch movie.
Yeah.
That's the movie.
He has an eye patch.
It's
Doesn't
Tom Cruise.
ring a bell.
Oh,
No.
I'd never heard of it.
No.
Until I watched it.
I'm not really interested.
You'd never heard
that's
of the
not a
movie?
great. That's not a
I don't
great
think
hook
so.
for
I
me
mean, I
either.
probably I don't. It came out a while ago.
Tom
Hey,
Cruise
check out
has-
this movie. Tom Cruise has an eye patch,
And he tries to kill Hitler. What more do you need?
Mm-hmm.
That's a little better.
Okay. Let's say is the killing Hitler thing where
Well,
you're like,
that's a good thing.
okay.
That's a good thing.
Good take, Happer.
Team that.
So anyway, back to this Minnesota podcast.
Oh yeah.
I thought I loved podcasts, and then Theo exists.
I always ask a follow up to Theo. Okay, Theo, great. Could you please give us more information?
and then he just
And
doesn't.
then he
respond.
doesn't.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
I would now. One of the fine hosts at this station has met Theo in person.
Really?
Jimmy
Really?
Allen.
Jimmy is. Oh no, those are the two worst people to meet.
It had to be
hold
you.
Hold on.
He said he's met him.
Do we know that this Theo thing is real?
See, there are
or that
some.
it's actually Jimmy?
There are some who think Theo is actually Jimmy.
A Jimmy burner.
Uh-huh. There are some.
Some have said that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
some-
I feel
not many,
like-
but some.
I've heard the rumor.
I feel like, and this is a wild take on my part. Theo
Odson
is.
says, I thought Jimmy was Theo.
I think Theo's more deeper on the tinfoil hat stuff than Jimmy is. I think
Of course
Theo
he
has
is.
his own tier of
See,
hat.
maybe they are the same person.
Listen,
that
we
would
never
track.
did see Janet and Michael Jackson in the same room together.
Oh, is that a theory back in the day?
Back in the day, it was.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow, I didn't know about that.
The 70s were a different time.
It wasn't the 70s. It was the 80s.
Yeah,
I thought it was
Josh.
the late 70s that they were a band.
Yeah, the Jackson
No,
5.
Janet Jackson was never part of the Jackson 5.
Oh, that's right. Because wasn't the dad like
She
a
could-
real jerk?
Yes.
A
Definitely.
real piece of work.
Yes.
That's what I've heard.
Yes, there was some of that going
Yes,
on.
He was a bad man.
My bad. I thought she was in the Jackson 5.
No.
Okay.
No, the Jackson 5 was just the brothers.
Guess I have a lot to learn.
Michael
about
had the high
Jackson
voice.
5. Interesting. So is Theo Jimmy? Is Jimmy Theo?
Well, I think
Why
this-
have we never met Theo?
This does lend some credence to
Theo,
that.
come to Cross Strain tomorrow
So,
great
what,
idea.
I would like to know more.
Why would you do that?
because I'm
We
curious.
could talk to him. Yeah.
It's morbid
I
curiosity.
just want, yeah, because he's doing a bit. Obviously, I just be like, why do you do this? That'd be my question to him. Why?
I would like to hear about where Jimmy and Theo were at both at the same
I
time.
think it
their
was a
paths
remote.
crossed.
or
Where could this
something.
have been?
Yeah, I think it was a remote of some kind.
Oh, like a.
I'll
don't
tweet
they
it.
do
Well,
a
it's
wing-
probably
Was it
out
at
in the
the
middle of an
Crawford fight?
open field somewhere because they thought they saw a UFO.
Oh,
Nice. It was like a me, myself, and Irene situation.
Yeah.
All right, I just tweeted at Jimmy. Where did you meet listener Theo? So we'll see.
did you tag Theo in
see-
that too?
No, I decided not to. I mean, Theo will know because
Oh,
same person. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
He'll respond.
yeah, definitely.
We're gonna catch him in the act one day.
Dodson, Jimmy. Theo lives in Canada. You wouldn't know him.
It sounds
goes
like
to another school.
it's a
Yeah,
pretty good
sorry. You probably.
response.
Yeah. Sorry, you haven't had a chance to see him yet.
All right. Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
It's good to know what the people. I always want to know what the people are thinking about, what they're talking about. It helps us inform the other people.
That
Helps
could
us
be
do our shows.
That could be a fun bit once a year. It's like our version of the Purge, where we just let the listeners give us topics, and then we just do a show of
It's
those
called
topics.
Topic Alert.
Yeah, that's
That
summer
is-
radio.
that's
That
July
is
5th.
Topic Alert. That's
we
fair.
will be in Vegas very soon, and that will be Topic Alert Radio.
Ooh, I do like Topic Alert.
Are we
Day.
doing Topic Alert? I
I
mean,
don't
it's
know.
kind of a
It's-
big week.
It's
We're
a football
only-
week.
yeah.
That's true.
We're also
Wow.
only really getting one full day, aren't we? To be able to Topic Alert.
I mean, to be fair, Nick, yes, but we will also be doing 8 hour. Like we have plenty of
yeah.
time. Oh yeah, you'll get to participate in Fired Up for Football. You get to give grades.
A+.
Now that
I'm gonna have to add Happer to the
is a
graphic.
co-host. I'm going to email
Wait,
our bosses and see if I can
You
trade.
said fired up for basketball, right?
I would.
No.
Oh, you would.
Feast
A+.
week.
A+.
Feast week.
Gross.
You are a basketball pervert.
Yeah, we will.
The mega NIL tournament.
There will
Yeah.
be no Fired Up for Hoops.
We should do fired up for basketball, please,
Well,
Josh.
that
please.
one's not sponsored, so no.
Thank
We
you,
can
Nick.
do things that are
could
not
be.
sponsored
It
pretty
could-
clearly.
Yes, we can. We do many things that aren't sponsored.
Most things.
That's not true. All of our shows are sponsored.
That's true. That's true.
That's not.
They just don't have a sponsor in that specific segment.
If you want to do Fired Up for Basketball this season, I'll play along. You will hate me, but I will play along
You're gonna say F every week.
every time.
God.
Yeah, and then my football flock will come and say thank you.
Yeah,
Josh.
yeah. Your
Thank you.
football. Oh, we're so disrespected. No one loves our
Football.
Actually, I think we
Oh,
should
what I
do-
wouldn't give for a little Maction right now.
Yeah.
God, I love Maction.
Oh, why can't we have the Chippewas on the TV? Instead, we have to watch Gonzaga.
Oh.
Or is it pronounced Gonzaga? I don't know.
This is great. Oh, wow. Interesting. So I tweeted at Jimmy, where did you meet listener Theo? Last time Jimmy was here, he told me about meeting Theo and now responds,
He said he didn't beat him.
I don't think I have.
Oh my God.
Wow. Very, very interesting.
This is questionable.
Wow. Wow.
All coming back now
Mm.
and making more and more sense all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, if you love football so much, what did you think of that
Why don't
football
you marry
game
it?
last night? How good was that, right?
It was
Didn't we-
That was
didn't
some
we love
high
it?
quality football.
it was bad. It wasn't very good.
Horrendous.
Yeah, it was
I would have rather it not existed.
wow. Happer.
Put it on Sunday.
No, I love Thursday night football.
No, Thursday Night Football is canceled. I
No.
canceled it today. I'm canceling it.
You're not watching it anymore?
Well, last week was good.
yeah.
Last
Oh,
week
no,
was
it
good.
wasn't.
Yes, it was. It was a very good game.
Yeah, because you were happy at the end.
But it was a good
It was a
game,
good
was
game.
it not?
It was
that was a generally well played game.
Yeah,
Most
it
of these
was-
games are not.
It was
ended up,
solid.
what, 30-21 or whatever the score was.
It was solid.
Wow.
No, it was good. It was a good game.
Well,
Face
what,
mask.
What, it was not high enough scoring for you?
I do like points, John. No, there was a lot of points. That was a good game.
Yes.
What's next week's Thursday game? To
Great
see
question.
if Happer is still
It'll
canceling
be
it next
horrible.
week. Bengals, Ravens. Thoughts?
Those are two fine teams that will play a horrible
Well,
football game.
How about 2 weeks from now? Commanders, Eagles. That's pretty good.
Final score 16-12.
Nice.
Could be, actually.
Steelers, Browns, gross. Raiders, Chiefs, gross. Packers, Lions. That's fun.
That's a good one.
Ba, 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 ba. Rams, 49ers. The Rams back on Thursday night again.
We're good on Thursday nights.
Browns, Bengals, gross. Seahawks, Bears, maybe. That's Boxing Day, the day after Christmas, when the best ofs will be airing on 1620 The Zone.
We'll be preparing for our bowl game.
Oh, we will.
Enjoy your bowls.
How about that hilarious
Bowls.
promo that has continued to air where you're like, I don't want to go. Dylan Raiola is perfect at quarterback, and he has never thrown an interception that was his fault. And
We have a promo going right now?
He's not going to the Detroit Poop Bowl.
Yeah.
It's you.
I haven't
These
heard
are,
this.
These are your
It's because of
words.
Dave
Yes, these are
Parton.
your words from your show.
You're not going to
Excellent.
hear it.
I think Nebraska will win this week, and they will
And
continue
lock
to prove me
themselves
right.
in for the Detroit Poop
no,
Bowl.
and then win again and lock themselves out of the Detroit Bowl. Poop Bowl.
Is seven wins enough to lock you
Have
out
you
of the
seen
Detroit
the
If you get
fan
7
base,
wins-
John?
Nebraska gets 7 wins. They will not go to the Detroit Poop Bowl. Mark it.
Okay.
Put it on the
Get the
list.
eggs.
Get the eggs. This is great. Where will they go, Happer?
Not
Did
the Detroit
Odson ever
Poop Bowl.
make that great landing page for the Big Ten Bowls? Is that available
Oh,
yet
I
on
don't think
1620 The Zone?
I think we forgot about that immediately.
Sad. That would have been a great idea. All right, Happer. Let's see. Oh,
If
no.
Nebraska wins 7 games, they will not go to the Detroit Poop Bowl.
Okay.
Connor, you need to stand down. Jed reminds you that, what do you mean football sucked last night? Tulane kicked ass.
Who did Tulane play last night, Jed?
I honestly don't know. I didn't know Tulane was playing
I
last
did
night.
see some screenshots of their cool helmets. Everybody likes
Charlotte.
their helmets.
They beat Charlotte 34-3.
Biff Poggi.
They're now 7-2.
Biff Poggi.
Wow, when you said that, I think of Sipple saying Boji.
He said that?
There was this
Like
listener
Okaboji?
who used to call in and say, "Hey, Sipple, it's me," and he'd be like, "What?" He'd be like, "Boji." He goes, "Oh, Boji!" Every time for like years. Every time Sipple would fill in, the guy would call in.
Sipple has
That guy has a flock.
Sipple may have the highest percentage of people that he knows who go by weird nicknames.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
He knows a lot of people with funny nicknames. I feel like Sipple probably
Interesting.
knows a guy named like Smiley or
Mm.
something like that. Guarantee it. Guarantee it.
Sipple is
Just
a
an
nickname
observation.
guy. John, here's an email that you'll love from Troy in Washington.
Which Washington?
I believe this is the state.
The state or the city?
He says, "Ho, ho, ho. Buddy of mine in Omaha told me that," I'm going to redact it, "is already playing Christmas music on November 1st. What is
Oh,
going
yeah.
on in the Big O? Merry November."
Oh, are they really?
I have visual proof that it is happening. Yes.
Does our coup need to be today?
Yes, it
Oh.
does.
All I want for Christmas.
Are we?
Is coup?
Are we? We're going. Let's go.
We're marching.
We're
Where are
storming
we?
the Capitol
Where are
right
we-
now.
Which
I think-
capital? Lincoln?
Next door,
Oh,
right?
Avenue? They're like a couple blocks that way, I think.
Oh, who are we talking about?
Oh,
Oh, no, it's not in.
It's not one of our
Ah.
stations.
So
We
It's
don't do
another
that bit
station
on our station, do we?
what bit?
On
Sorry.
any?
where one
of playing
station
Christmas
gets taken
music.
over by.
Were you
vomit
listening to
music.
anything?
Oh no, we don't do that. I think the keg gets it sprinkled in there, but
Sprinkled.
But we don't
It's not a
have we
dedicated
don't,
thing.
But we don't take one of our stations and basically just wave the white flag of surrender and say we're just going to play Christmas music for a whole month and
Hey,
a half.
John, you wouldn't want 2 months off of your job for no reason? That sounds pretty fun to me.
All the days are already
You
off.
still have to
when it's
work.
music.
You still, I mean,
hey, it's still a song.
Hey, everybody, I'm here to DJ for you. And I was going to tell you about the latest from Medina, but instead, here's Burl Eyes.
you know, John makes that joke, but The Cure did release a new album today, so there you go.
The Cure.
Hey, everybody, here's The Cure. I wonder if they got a Christmas song. I wish they did, because if they did, I could play, but right now I can't because we've been taken over by Christmas.
It's Friday. I'm in love with Christmas by The Cure.
We should, Nick. Why don't you could be a leader in the building? Why don't you try to get Christmas music all the time on one of
Yeah,
our
you love
stations?
Christmas.
No, we do not want this. This is
It'd be
dumb.
funny though.
No, it would not be funny.
Oh, okay. I'd laugh.
Why would you laugh?
I don't know. It just
The
sounds
Cure
funny.
actually does have a lot of. Robert Smith loves Christmas.
The running back.
Robert Smith.
Yeah.
The
He
running-
loves
Ohio
Christmas.
State.
No, the Cure lead singer.
the Minnesota Vikings running back in 1998. I didn't realize the Cure's lead singer was named Robert Smith.
I didn't
It's
know
kind of a
any
pretty
lead
common
singer of any
name.
band.
You
Yeah.
can't name one lead singer?
Well, I know, like, the self, like,
What about the Beatles?
yeah, we got, well, I mean, depends on the song, right?
Very good.
Look at Happer.
Could
He
be
is of
Paul.
music.
You don't like
Could be
Revolution? Number 9?
George.
Yep.
Could be very few cases where it's Ringo.
And then there's one more
those,
guy.
Those were the songs that weren't hits.
No, Yellow Submarine was the number one. It was.
Do you think Ringo
Don't,
came
that song
up?
don't
sucks.
legitimize the Ringo.
That song sucks.
I like Yellow Submarine.
Did Ringo ever say where he came up with the idea of that song?
Yeah,
I imagine
drugs.
he's just in the bathtub playing with a toy. And
It's
he's like,
drugs.
I'm going to write a song
Oh, it's
about
drugs.
this.
The answer for all of their
Hey,
good
where'd you
songs.
come up with that? Drugs.
Everything post 1965 with the Beatles, the inspiration was drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I have
but
a
the other
take.
drug songs are good.
I have a take on one of their drug songs. The Beatles, my favorite band. There's only like one of their songs that I truly kind of dislike. I don't think "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds" is that good.
Oh,
I think that song is very overrated.
Really?
Yeah, it's like the one song that I don't know why I've just never.
Huh.
Yeah, I'll listen to it. But
interesting.
it's not my favorite.
I like the 60s Beatles, the real old stuff.
Well,
Like I want to
that
hold your
helped.
hand.
I mean, that is the whole. I mean, that they basically
No,
only
but the
existed.
drug stuff, I'm out.
Well,
Help
that was
is
the later
actually
60s.
Help is actually middle Beatles.
What am I
It's like
thinking
their
of
fourth
then?
or fifth album.
What-
What about "She Loves You"? You like "She Loves You"?
Yeah.
yeah.
I
That's
thought they were
early.
more British than they, they were
when
more
their
British.
accent came through in the songs.
Feels like they were more British at the start than they were at the
So
end.
you don't like "Hey Jude"?
Love Hey Jude.
That's drug Beatles. That's like one of their last songs.
Ugh.
Yeah, sorry,
it was
Happer.
about John
They were-
Lennon's kid, right?
Yeah, "Hey Jules."
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul wrote about John Lennon's
Judy,
child.
Judy.
Yeah, that is a great song.
Paul
Yeah.
McCartney really did well for himself after
Hard
the Beatles,
Day's
didn't
Night.
he?
Love that.
Now that's early Beatles.
That's an
That is
album.
They
very
made a
early.
movie.
That's an
They did.
album.
Yeah, called "Hard Day's Night."
They did.
Yeah, you ever watch it?
Not yet.
It's in black and white.
It's been
Not
on my-
yet.
It's been on my watch list forever. I just haven't been in the mood.
Interesting, Nick. Very, very interesting.
If I've
I've never had a desire to watch a Beatles movie.
You never seen the one where everybody forgets about the Beatles except for that one guy?
No.
I love that movie.
Ringo?
No, it's called. The movie is called Yesterday.
Yeah, I
It
love
came
that
out
movie.
like 6-7 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
I love referencing that movie. What a concept!
It's a fun concept.
Everybody forgets about the Beatles except for one guy.
But
And
it's
then
not
he-
as good as our concept in which the dystopian world gets rid of all music.
This is such a great idea.
It is.
I wish that I could write because this would be a great book.
yeah.
It could be my novel. It could be my magnum opus.
Yeah,
Your book.
I'm
Yeah.
writing a screenplay.
Yeah, everyone has a great novel somewhere in their noggin. This could have been mine.
Just get a ghostwriter.
Nah, I don't want to do that.
Ask Sipple to
Do
write.
it,
Ask
just
Bill Moose to write it for you.
Do a book straight to tape. Just record it.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's like a podcast.
No editing.
But a
Podcast
book.
series.
Oh, there you go. A little long form pod.
Remember when there was all those podcast series?
Yeah, they're still out there.
Really? Are they
They're
still
like,
doing
I
that?
think-
like Serial?
Yeah.
Remember
yes.
Serial?
I think-
Yes.
The popularity
yes.
of things like Serial
Ba, ba,
proves
ba,
that
ba.
people would listen to a modern day radio play. I think we should bring radio plays back.
You think so? I mean,
Yeah.
I think those are just called podcasts.
No,
Like Orson Welles.
Like, I think we should just go on Coil and just an hour a week.
Whoa.
Do
Can
like-
we
Whoa!
edit it down to 25 minutes? Some people don't have an hour, Nick.
That's true.
Wow, we got you there, buddy.
Yeah, no, you sure did.
Wow.
You got me.
I was thinking the same thing. He said it, but I was thinking it too.
Cool.
God was laughing like he's
It's
like
it's just
like
awkward.
he's some mad scientist.
I didn't do it.
I thought that was funny.
I did too.
Nick does not like these jokes. We have
Listen,
now
hated
found
Josh's political ads.
the bigot. Oh, did you not like that? That was
I don't know. I
hilarious.
didn't. Hear
I didn't hear any
Oh,
of the political
well,
ads. I thought we weren't
interesting.
supposed to do those.
Given what?
Like, I thought we heard like we weren't. I thought we were told we can't do political ads even as jokes.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah,
by whom?
Who told us that?
higher ups.
What?
I remember that being in a meeting once.
President B?
No.
No.
These aren't political ads making fun of the politicians. They're political ads making fun of political ads, but it's about us.
Yeah, I thought we were told that we couldn't do that
Well,
for whatever reason. But
Josh
we're doing
broke
it.
the
so
law.
it
That would
doesn't
be
matter.
one of the weirdest
I could see it.
bands. Because it was all about them trashing our show.
Yes.
Yeah. We
And
were
it was
told
kinda
we
funny.
can't do that.
you garbage.
We've never been told to do anything. That's where they draw the line.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, I didn't hear this rule.
Yeah.
I found it hilarious.
Well, that's all right. We didn't do it.
Yeah, so we're
It
not
was-
in
it
trouble.
was
Wow,
Josh.
Otson, you're in
Josh.
trouble.
Tough luck, Otson.
Josh just unilaterally did these things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, they were there. Anyway, I don't know what we were talking about.
Well, it started with the whole, Christmas music thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Josh's novel.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is. It's the playoff creep of society. It used to be that Thanksgiving, the day after Thanksgiving, was the day when all the Christmas stuff started.
Oh no, but no.
Now
Nick,
it's moved in. Now we've just decided Thanksgiving doesn't mean anything, and now we're using Halloween as our day.
no, but after that, you guys very rudely shot Nick down. But he had a good idea. Radio plays, radio bits, basically, but long form. Back
I think we could do it. I think we could bring him
could
back.
be as long as an hour,
Mhm.
25 minutes, whatever it needs to be. I agree.
Mhm.
I'm with you.
We had an idea. Remember when there was that fake Seinfeld script? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And we were actually.
Oh, I remember that.
We were going to do
You were
it.
going to act it.
We were going to act it out because it was we talked about in the crossover with Nick because Bob was a huge fan of it too. And we
That
were
was during COVID, wasn't it?
it was before because Nick
was
would
a-
have still worked here. And then we got lazy and just never did it. So it was a great idea that we never got to.
Idea.
It would have been really funny. We were going to get all the characters from around the building involved with it.
It was a
'cause
very
Jenny
well
would still
written.
work.
It was a very
It was
well written
very
script.
funny. And
Oh, it was awesome.
It would have been like a half hour of time on a Friday.
I bet AI could probably write a pretty good Seinfeld script right
I
now.
don't think so.
Oh, you admit that it's difficult to match the creative genius.
Ah,
Man,
of
we're
Larry
just
David.
catching you right now,
I admit
Nick.
that AI is bad and there's no
Mm.
soul. At least Seinfeld's not funny, but there was still soul to it.
Mm. Interesting.
So wait, so you love AI, but you think it's bad?
I don't love AI.
I don't know what's Nick's take that we're getting him on.
They think that
Put
they're
it on the
catching me on
list.
Seinfeld, liking Seinfeld.
Oh.
But even if I don't like Seinfeld, I can still acknowledge the artistic ability required to write a show that AI just does not have because it's AI.
I bet AI could do it.
You should go ask AI to do it after the.
AI,
Crossover.
do a Seinfeld episode.
There you go.
Kramer breaks into the room.
Does he make that
Kind of.
Yeah.
They had to tell
That's the
Nick.
start. I already got the start.
They had to tell the studio audience to stop cheering so loud, because in the early seasons he would slide in and he'd get like a standing ovation,
Yeah.
and it would they'd have to
they would
move-
last a long time.
Yeah.
I bet they felt like idiots after he said the N-word that time.
See,
Well, that was
art
different.
from the artist.
Yeah.
Got to
And
separate
that was
it,
many
Nick.
years after the show ended.
Yeah, that's
Many
true.
years.
Yeah, some of the people in the studio audience Nick died before that. Wow, you didn't think about that, did you? They're dead.
They died
can't
not
cheer.
knowing that the person they liked was garbage.
Yep, there you go. Exactly.
He was just recently doing an apology tour.
He's still apologizing?
No, he never really apologized, and now he started apologizing.
Do you guys
It's
remember?
been 20 years.
So that was early kind of viral clips going viral on
Yeah,
the internet.
Clips and tricks.
So not long after that, Jerry was doing an interview with David Letterman. Do you remember this? And so they brought him, what's his name? Michael Richards.
Michael Richards.
They brought
On
on
the
Michael
phone.
Richards. And he's apologizing.
Yeah.
But the crowd thinks he's doing a joke.
Yeah.
And Seinfeld's like, stop laughing. This isn't funny. But
Yeah.
he's also saying it like Jerry.
Oh,
It was
no.
so uncomfortable, but
Oh,
also
no.
pretty funny.
Oh,
Yes, it
no.
was. Yes.
Yeah, he's like,
I
I
could
should-
see Jerry being serious. But
Yeah,
also,
He was trying
stop,
to be serious.
stop, don't do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna save that video. I might
Be
watch that. I'm
serious.
gonna watch that tonight when I get home. Oh, it was so funny. Yep, Jerry Seinfeld,
He
David
really
Letterman,
didn't mean it.
Michael Richardson. Oh, Michael Richards, excuse me. Yep, here it is. Here's the apology. Oh, they did like a little 2-box. Oh, that's right. His hair was a lot shorter. See, and then like that.
Yeah, that's right. It wasn't on the phone. It was via satellite.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh man.
And the crowd's just laughing because they think he's performing a bit.
Oh no.
I saved that. I'm gonna watch that tonight.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I'll send it to you, Happer.
Thank you.
Yep.
Well,
Wow.
Are we
okay.
done already?
I don't
I
know.
don't know. We kind of petered out.
Yeah.
I mean, we always
Weird.
do. I just never know. Is there another topic?
back there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
We
nice
should
day
have
today.
listeners
Enjoy
vote
it.
on the crossover.
By the way, yeah, Theo never responded.
Classic.
Yeah. Hey, do this. What do you mean?
Mm.
And,
Yeah,
and
because
Jimmy
we
said,
outed him.
And Jimmy said he never actually met him.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Huh.
Yeah.
Ask Jimmy the
Fascinating.
same question. Hey, what did you mean when you said we should?
Nice.
Sorry, wrong account.
Will we see him tonight, Nick? Will they be here? Is there after hours tonight? Does the sports schedule allow it?
I can't imagine what else is on.
It's great volleyball tonight.
There's no Maction.
That's yesterday, Nick. It's on Thursday
That
right
is-
now.
Why is that on Thursday? That's silly. That shouldn't be on Thursday.
Silly.
There you go.
Silly goose.
yes.
After hours. All right. I can't wait to see him.
Or will you see Theo?
Theo.
Or will we see Theo? When he walks in, I'm like, hey, Theo. And he'll be like, hey, I mean, no, I'm Jimmy.
So I heard you guys were having a pizza party tomorrow. Is this true?
Yes.
Free pizza.
You gonna come?
Well, I will be coming back from Lincoln.
Stop
I don't
by.
usually take that way, but
Oh, you get off at Gretna?
Yeah.
Nice. I don't ever do that. I don't like going through
I
Gretna.
live in, well, you live in the same part of town.
I know.
do.
I don't like it. It feels like it takes longer.
It does feel like it takes longer, but it
it's a-
doesn't.
Yeah. Is it faster? Or is it the same
by,
amount of time?
by minutes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, I like the other way
It is a
it's-
real pain in the butt.
because you
to
just
get to
stay
that
on
part
the
of town.
interstate and then you hop on Dodge, driving fast. I like
hate-
driving fast.
I hate Maple Street, one of America's worst streets.
It depends on the part of
Especially
what
because
part
it's like
of Maple.
it goes this way and then it goes back out this. It's like just be a street.
Great
What are you
take.
doing? What are you?
Bad
annoying.
street.
What parts of Maple do that?
So you get off on the interstate
680.
and you
Yeah.
turn west.
Yeah.
You don't just drive straight west. You're going a little south, and then it cuts back to go northwest.
Oh.
And eventually it's kind of like a straight, east and west. But for a little bit, you're going like, not a fan.
I guess that doesn't bother me.
I don't like Maple.
I'm mostly confused about it being so traffic filled all the time. Plus, everyone at the front of whatever line, once the light turns green, decides to go 32 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Won't. I think there should be a
Bad street.
Maple Expressway, like the Dodge one.
Oh,
There's
Super
so
Maple.
many people that are. There you go.
Super Maple.
There's so
Well,
many people
but
that live out there now.
I've always-
But part of the problem is that 680, which used to be the loop around
used to be
town,
west, yes.
is now literally
Middle.
in the
This is
middle
what
of
I
town.
propose, John.
So you need the super loop.
Next loop. Just
Another
build it
loop?
over 204th Street,
Mm-hmm.
Now,
880, 280, whatever you want to call it.
that's a great idea.
That would save me hours of my life.
That's a great
year.
idea.
Yes.
Oh, they've talked about this.
Have they?
Oh, yeah, but
Super
If we start it
loop.
now, we could get it done by like
Bef-
2050.
And before they put more houses up there, you got to do it now, or else you're gonna be screwed.
Do it now.
well, it
There's
won't
so much
matter. There's-
room
there's
still.
gonna- It's eventually going to. At some point, the loop's going to need to start like at the Platte River because
Sure.
the city's just continuing to move that way.
I think-
Lincoln and Omaha megacity is not far away.
it seems silly, but
With
it's
Big
really
Ten
not.
crossing at the center.
Bigley says it's Midtown. Super Loop is 31 to Platteview Road. It's coming. Is it coming?
Whoa, we coming? By
Nice.
the way, whatever happened to Big Ten crossing? I thought
Oh,
that was
it's-
supposed to be in.
I think it's still happening.
Yep, I thought that was supposed to be. I thought they already started that by now.
Well, the problem was the dude who was making the statue of Jim Delaney was working on the Dwayne Wade statue.
Ah,
So
he's busy.
Also, what the hell's going on at 72nd and Dodge now? Are they just not building anything at
No,
Crossroads?
We
I know we
talked
talked about this, but I wanted to ask Happer because Happer is of Omaha.
It's not starting for a little while yet now.
Why?
Because they had to change.
They just dug holes.
Yes.
At least they got all the crap fixed in the streets.
They had to change
Remember last year?
who was running the project.
Something with developers.
The library looks
stuff.
cool.
The library does look cool.
It's
I
coming
like
along
the,
fast.
I like those side panels they
Yeah.
have there.
Is it coming next year? Is that when the library will be open?
Yeah, should be done by next year.
Nice.
next
Great
to the-
library.
still a dumb location for a library.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
then that
John hates libraries.
No, I don't hate libraries. My mom was a librarian. It's just that is a
Whoa.
busy commerce area. And for
That's
that-
why you do it, right? So because it's busy.
I don't like that a Mega Saver is getting built right across the street there. That's
A
gonna be
Mega
Yeah, it's such
Saver?
a weird location for a
Where?
gas station on that corner.
Fuddruckers.
What do you mean? Fuddruckers.
So it's not a weird location for a library, but it is a weird location for a gas
It's
station.
a small
Yes.
parking lot. Small parking lot.
Put up a parking lot.
I mean,
There's already a
people need
scooters
gas.
there.
It's
There's
where
a scooters
cars are.
there.
That's
There's
just
a dentist
the worst
there.
place to turn in and out of.
Yeah.
Exactly, which is why it's not a great place for a library.
Let's see. Where was the comment at? There, one of our
Bring back Family
Oh,
Fun
here we go.
Center.
Icon says easily the worst thing about Dodge to an outsider is that you can't turn left along large stretches.
That's right.
Insane road design.
That's right.
Though some people do turn left.
They
I
do.
see it
You
happen
can turn left
every day. One person turns left every day.
You can turn left into a business. That's allowed.
No, you can't. Oh, yes, into a business. Yes,
Mhm.
not onto the streets.
We are a business.
We
Yes,
are a
you could
business.
turn left right into that parking lot.
I only do it. I do it sometimes, but I only do it if there's nobody behind me because I don't want to stop. I don't want to slow anybody down behind me.
I don't
I'm here for the people.
The people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Q is worse than Maple. I've been driving on Q
Q
Street a lot
sucks.
lately.
Q also sucks.
There's so many schools there; it always gets so congested.
Yeah. Like especially over there by Millard South.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's rough.
Plus, that has like a million intersections too.
hmm
A little east of that.
So 144th and Q is a weird intersection. There's always an accident there. Why is
Interesting.
there always an accident on 144th and Q?
Poll question.
All the time.
I don't think it's a poll question.
I see scraps and stuff in this intersection always, constantly. Oh,
Well,
there's
maybe-
glass. There's more. There's a bumper.
Maybe people just throw away their stuff there. Maybe they just say, "Oh, here's my broken car parts," and they just throw it in the middle of the intersection.
Broken car parts.
I didn't
for the
think about that.
American
You're
man. That's who I am, and that's who I care about. Nice.
That'd be quite the sales pitch for Mr. Zelensky.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Broken car perch. All right, cool.
Wow, that was fun.
I think so. It was good.
It's a Friday, Weeks kind of wind down.
Mm-hmm.
You think it was bad?
The what? The week?
The crossover.
Not bad, no.
Wow.
You just got so
Just-
self-conscious.
we
really
haven't had a
quick.
real bang in a long time. I just want to.
running out of time for the best
I
of.
want there to be a unanimous bang. That was good.
We had a banger last week.
Well, I just need some more excitement. That's what I'm going for.
All right, we'll see what we can do for you on Monday.
You never know.
Also-
we always try every day. Not every play has to score a touchdown, but I want it to not be a screen.
Our
that has 0
echo is a hell of a
yards.
lot better than Nebraska's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is.
So what in the equivalent of football terms, what play did we just run and for how many yards did it gain?
I'd say this was a draw play on 2nd and 9 that picked up 6.
So is each
All right.
crossover a play, and in the course of the whole year, the entire game?
That's an interesting way to view it.
That would be if we were using today's analogy as an example, yes.
I want to score a 56-yard touchdown. Touchdown! It's a touchdown. It's gonna be a touchdown.
Oh, you want to be the Indiana? You want to be Indiana?
Would love to. They score a lot of touchdowns.
Nick,
You guys know
handshake
Indiana's
meme,
losing this week, right?
Happer, 25 minutes, handshake meme, Indiana.
You guys know Michigan State's gonna beat Indiana this week.
Oh, interesting. Are they?
You guys ready?
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting.
Lock it in. You got. We'll see who's laughing
know,
on
put
Monday.
that on
when
the
that-
list.
when
All right.
When
Get the
that
X for
loss
that one.
happens,
We'll see.
Connor's going to be the happiest
You're on
man
the
on
list.
earth.
When they finally lose their first game in the national championship, Happer's going to get us so good. Man, he's going to just really get us so good.
Man, I can't believe
You guys and your
Indiana,
analytics.
you suck. You lost to Georgia 21-19. God, you're awful.
Exactly.
Indiana's losing to
Michigan State.
Michigan State tomorrow.
Whom they play this weekend.
All right, perfect. It is on the list.
Have you know?
Nice.
Have you know
The eggs have been
concept
purchased.
that he is back
Folks,
this week?
Oh, you mean Jesus? He is risen. Curtis Rourke.
I don't
That
think
guy?
Jesus is back for another month
Even
and a half
worse,
yet.
he has no thumbnail.
That's
He
the wrong
forgot his
holiday. Nick.
thumbnail.
I had
Need to
a
have
teacher
something.
in
Christmas
elementary
is the
school.
birth holiday, not the resurrection holiday.
My
Easter
bad,
baby.
you're right.
Yeah, I had a teacher in elementary school who didn't have a thumbnail because when she was a child, she was skiing and it ripped off
That's what happened to Curtis
all the
Rourke.
skin. So then she had to take stomach skin. So she was like, "Look at my thumb."
Sick.
Ugh.
That was 4th grade.
That was Curtis Rourke.
Yeah, you probably can't do that if you're a teacher now. Every parent would get offended. For
I would
some
hate to have
reason.
stomach
of course
thumb.
they would.
Soft ass parents. Sad.
And this is why I voted for private schools to get my tax dollars.
Bingo. They don't want to talk about stomach thumbs.
Which amendment is that on the old? That's one of
yeah,
the
I don't remember.
19 different things we're
There's
voting
a lot of them.
I got
Yeah.
a text about that
Yeah.
somewhere.
I don't remember what the number is.
on. Which Nebraska bowler is doing the commercials for that campaign?
Well, they have to have a lot of thumb awareness. The
Yes, they
bowlers.
They do.
It is important when you bowl. Look at my thumb.
Protect my rights to have my stomach skin used to cover my thumb. Vote for Amendment 512.
This ballot initiative makes bowling ball thumb holes bigger.
Oh wait, no. We
I
can't.
vote
no,
yes.
No, we
Do
can't.
I vote yes or no? I don't
Nick,
know.
Connor, you're going to get us in trouble. Nick found out that we can't mock political commercials.
Oh, Hodson, that's a great idea for next week. Vote yes on ballot. And it's just some pretend initiative.
Bowling ball thumb holes.
Ah.
You don't want teachers in your schools talking about their stomach thumbs. Do ya?
You don't want stomach thumbs.
Whatever
My
happened to that
bowling
teacher.
ball, my choice.
Wonder whatever happened to her.
Okay, that's better.
Bye bye.
I want the government getting involved in my bowling balls.
I'm trying to go bowling.
All right, it's a Friday.
Nice.
It's a 1 beer Friday.
Let's
It's
do
a
it.
Grum. It's a 16 to 20 the zone.
OZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Who's ready for the weekend?
It's a Friday night. Is that not a great night for football?
Yeah, what about it?
You always tell us about how Friday night's a great night for football.
Yeah, and we're playing this open instead.
Sportsmanlike
You didn't.
conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I mean, it's hard to upload something when I don't have it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, let me look.
Uh-oh.
I'm looking right now.
Hang on. Let me check my sent box. Because this would have been.
I can't wait to find out who did their job wrong. This is going to be so exciting.
See, I did it 2 days ago.
Did you send it with like Matt Rule audio?
How about that? I did not
didn't
send
do it. It's John's
I
fault.
thought I sent
ba,
it.
ba, 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 ba. What's a bummer?
I thought I sent it.
Well, we'll get fired up later, I'm sure.
You
Here,
know
I can
what?
I'll throw you a bone.
No.
Ba,
No.
ba, da, ba, da, ba.
No, we don't need that.
Oh.
We can't play it now. It'd be too late. I could have swore I actually did it 2 days ago. I was
Damn, you
done
were
with it.
working ahead?
I had to. I mean,
You had a busy end of the week.
it was a very busy week, and it's only
Yeah.
going to get busier.
Call us Nick Grimm because we had a meeting today.
Yeah, we did.
We had a meeting today.
We
Did we? Did we not have
We
it?
did have a meeting.
What is getting busier for you?
It's going to be. I mean,
What's wrong?
It's basketball season now.
Oh god.
Yeah, he's going to start abandoning us for
Yeah.
basketball.
And then he'll show
Gross.
up and I'll see him and he'll be so sleepy.
Sleepy
Then
John.
Monday
because
he's going
we
to
have
be
to
bitching
play all
about the
these
time
stupid
change.
games and have to start at 8
he's
instead of
doing
at
it
7,
now.
like a lot of games do. That's right. You know what?
Oh, but John, think about
We'll
this. When
see.
you do that game Wednesday, it'll actually feel like 9 o'clock for your body. So even better.
Yeah, great. We'll save it. We'll save it for later.
For the happy hour?
Sure, why not?
I love it.
That works.
Save it for the happy hour.
Mm-hmm.
Give the folks later in the Grum the chance to
hear
enjoy
it?
the Friday anthem.
That's awesome.
This is the anthem. Throw all your hands
Oh,
up.
nice, Nick. I was in 7th grade when that song was popular.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't
Good
know.
Charlotte, John.
It's called the anthem.
I've never heard of it.
They dressed, were they goth?
No,
They wore a lot of black.
they were pop punk.
No, but like, did they dress like goth?
Were they pop punk or were
I
they
don't think
metal?
so. They weren't metal. John.
They were definitely pop
John,
punk.
don't be
Nice.
ridiculous.
Nice, John.
Don't be ridiculous.
I'm going to
Listen,
search Good Charlotte
your
2002.
ignorance is not.
My ignorance. Yes, the band that sounds very poppy. Oh,
I guess that's
about-
not so much goth. It's just wearing black and eye makeup. That was Good Charlotte.
Yeah.
That looks kind of gothy to me.
Yeah.
It's not
God,
goth,
early
though.
2000s. What a time. It was a great time for music.
It was.
It
Not
was,
really.
John.
Indeed
it was.
Grum Down presented by the Rooferys at John Hickett's Weather Guard.
Sorry, the listeners did not get to vote on the Grum Down this week.
Mm.
Yeah, no.
Hmm.
This is what we do. The ultimate challenge, winning in November.
It has been a challenge.
Remember the games of November.
Yeah.
The games of November have not been good to remember.
Nice.
Need to get to 6.
We're playing the game today? Awesome.
No,
I
no,
love
no,
the need to get
no,
to 6
no,
game.
We're not playing the game.
What's the
today.
theme?
Remember, Nick's giving away the prizes one day at a time. We're not
And
doing
One
the
more
whole thing.
VHS copy
There's
of Ghost?
one more VHS copy
Nice.
today.
Nick will have another question about the hard, heavy metal band.
Okay, no, they're not hard metal or
Ghost.
heavy metal, John, but they are metal. They're a type of metal. I don't know why it's so hard for you to wrap your head around that concept.
Because they're not metal, they're pop.
They're not pop, though.
They're closer to Huey Lewis than they are to.
When I say there's subgenres of
Except
something,
Huey Lewis is good.
Hip to Be Square is a bad song.
That's a good song.
What about The Power of Love?
That's a
Power of
good
Love's
song.
great
That's the
song.
power of love.
That's a great song.
My favorite parts about Back to the Future is that it's Huey Lewis. and
It is.
Blues.
It's Huey.
Oh, that's so
Everyone
fun.
loves Huey.
Yeah.
Eric Edholm's going to join us.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Are the Jets flying again?
Oh, nice.
No. Chance. Chance. Chance.
Come on, Chance.
Kent's movie club today, Valkyrie.
Can we call it Tom Cruise eye patch movie?
I mean,
If
you
you want
have
to.
already multiple times.
I mean, people might get confused if they're looking.
How many
if-
movies does Tom Cruise wear an eye patch?
Yeah, but if you type in on your little search function as you're going through your Rolodex there, Tom Cruise eye patch movie, it may not
if
show
I
up.
Google,
I'm gonna Google Tom Cruise
but
eye
you're-
patch. There. I mean, look, it literally is.
Yeah,
the
but
first
you're
thing.
not. You're
Eye patch is 2 words. Why I didn't know that.
Oh,
Figured it would have been one.
Yeah, but are you?
It's like Blue
watching it
Jays.
that way?
What am I watching? What?
I mean, if you go to Amazon Prime, which is where the movie is, and you type in Tom Cruise eye patch movie, would it show up?
I will.
I mean,
will-
it may show up because you type in Tom Cruise and then it shows up.
Tom Cruise eye patch movie.
Well, how many of those are?
Patch Adams.
Patch Adams. Ta-da!
R.I.P. Hey, DVD is only $4.99 if you want to buy it right now on Amazon.
Well, good news.
There's a
is
VHS for $5.49
nice.
VHS is more than the
than the DVD.
figures. Head of the table, ACC and Big Ten showdowns this week in college football.
Wow,
That will be very, very, very important. And speaking of that, this is the final weekend before the committee finally speaks
Yes, it is.
on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And so this is the last chance. But and
Oh,
not that-
interesting. They're
not
talking
that-
on Tuesday when there's nothing else happening to disguise anything they might make. a
So
decision
college football to do this on election night.
on. Crazy.
So college football.
Yeah, but where else are you going to do it?
Wednesday.
Not the election night.
Why would you wait till Wednesday, though?
I think they're just being cowards.
Monday?
Why don't? Why
Remember
not
the
do it
BC
Monday?
Cowards. I don't
BCS
think-
used to announce their standings during halftime of Monday Night Football.
Yeah, but you're not going to do this during halftime of Monday Night Football.
Bum, 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 bum.
There's only 10 minutes, and Chris Berman gets 3 of them.
Duh, that's true. Fastest 3 minutes.
So, yeah. I mean, this is worthy of a lengthier discussion. Of all the times for ESPN to have their little chit-chat shows, this is the time. And what great counter programming. Everybody else and their mother's going to be watching the election stuff. But for
You'll be
people-
driving home, though, so you don't even get to watch it.
I can tune it in on my radio.
You can listen to ESPN, the channel, the TV.
Oh, I'm sure they'll probably have a
Oh, fun.
simulcast.
Nice.
I would think, or something like this.
Yeah.
I would
Okay.
hope so.
Awesome.
Maybe we'll see.
Okay.
The weather and Eric the enemy.
Nice. Good reference.
Got our key party and predictions, and it's a Cross Strain One Beer Friday, which is another reminder that we are going to be at Cross Strain tomorrow
Yeah.
to watch the game. We will be there to watch the game on BTN at 2:30. They're at Cross Strain on Radial Road. Not Radial. I got Radial on the
Portal,
brain.
John.
Portal Road, just south of Giles. And then we're going to hang around for Big Red Overreaction after the game. So even if you're in Lincoln for the game and
Like
you're on your way
Happer.
back,
Stop by.
you could just pull off the interstate there at what is it, 440?
Giles.
Exit?
Oh, the exit number? I don't know what the exit number is. It's the Giles Harrison Street exit.
Yeah.
442 sounds
Turn
Right, that's
to
close.
the east, or the east, and drive on down.
It feels like you're going south.
It is. It's a little southeast. So take that
Yeah.
down. It's like being on Maple, where it's just going
Yeah.
in a random direction. Yeah, stop
Just-
by,
just-
say
just-
hello.
Just plug it into your Google machine and use the direction.
Charles says we stopping after the game. Oh, we coming. This
Yeah.
is great. I can't wait to meet you, Charles.
And we'll be there to do Big Red Overreaction as well. And they're going to have $3.
Bruce.
It is
Corn
442.
It is 440.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for your service.
Free
Free
pizza
pizza.
while it lasts.
It's like a work meeting.
We're getting some za.
yeah, it's like a
Remember
pizza party.
za?
I'm
What if I bring
No.
back za?
I'm
No,
happy that we didn't have
it's
pizza at
za.
today's meeting, because then it would have been pizza 2 days in a row. Now, tomorrow, I get to enjoy that delicious za. with
I am
Nick.
also happy we didn't have za in today's meeting.
Oh, but you always love when we had the pizza.
We had chili today. It's
We did.
chili season.
And I had multiple sticky buns. Those were tasty.
Were they?
Oh, yeah.
Were they
Did not
sticky?
have the sticky buns.
Oh, yeah. I needed napkins both times.
Mm.
By the way, tweet at us, as our good friend Stitchhead did.
Yes, that was so cool
Eric
to wake up
Sorensen,
to.
who's over there in jolly old England,
Oh, foggy London town.
enjoying a pint
These
at-
coming points.
at 6 o'clock in the morning,
I bet-
our time.
I
Over
bet he
there,
likes
it was
Lord of the
in the
Rings.
middle of the day.
Oh, that's
It's noon over there. They're 6 hours ahead of us.
Right. That's what I'm saying, though. He tweeted at us and said it's a One Beer Friday, and we want you to tweet at us. And at some point, Nick, when he's not editing more videos,
He's
we'll
almost
jump
done.
Jump into your DMs and may reward you with a $25 gift card to CrossTrain,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
where you can try some of their new fare.
Oh, yeah. We got some of their new stuff.
Which we will be trying today. I noticed someone already sniped a can from us.
Who?
Why do people do
Gary? Was it Gary? Was it Nick Handley? Was it Jimmy? Was it Happer? Was it Josh?
They have the Yippee Skippy, the Dunkle Breaking My Heart, and the Rising Hope. All these are new ones
Nice.
that Doug and the good folks at CrossTrain have brought our way, and so
I'm
we'll be
excited for
trying
the
these
Yippee.
during One Beer Friday today.
I'm really excited for the Yippee Skippy. That sounds good.
Oh, Sam writes, normally indifferent to fall weddings, but never forgiving my cousin for getting married during the 1620 event. Very sad. Now you can't come hang out with us because you have to go to a wedding. It's a bummer.
You could skip it.
Well, I mean, we appreciate that you thought of us first, but I mean, there's also a football game. Usually people get upset when you get married
That's true.
during a football game.
That's true. People do forget about
Not
that.
so much, our remote, which happens to be centered around a football
Also,
game.
Sam says, sounds like something Gary would do.
Does.
We need to find out who took this beer. Was it Gary?
I don't know.
Interesting. Scott writes, with all of John's complaining about late night games, maybe he needs to start a meth habit. That would solve being tired. Might be some other problems then, but he won't be tired.
They did give versions of meth to the Air Force or the Air Corps in World War II.
Oh, I thought you were going to make a reference to Mr. H.
Oh, no, I mean, they also gave their guys a form of meth.
Yeah.
It's for the tanks.
I was thinking about that as I was watching the movie.
Blitzkrieg.
I was like, I wonder if he's on meth right now.
I mean, it was Tom Cruise.
No, not no, Hitler.
Mr. H was never intentionally on meth. His doctor was just bad.
Pumping it full.
His doctor liked to try things.
So it was his doctor's fault.
It kind of was,
That's
actually.
what it
Sorry,
is.
folks.
He was actually a nice guy
It
until
was-
his doctor
I mean,
came
that's not
along.
what I'm saying either.
I can't wait to talk about this movie with Kent because Kent knows a lot of World War II history.
Yeah.
A lot of World War II history. KG wants to know, Nick, any prizes or giveaways from the 1620 Big Red Overreaction event on Saturday?
Oh yeah, we could have some stuff.
Nick will bring some
Well,
stuff
I think
and
Doug,
pizza.
I think Doug was going to have some cross-strain stuff
Badass.
there.
Nick, we have some friend of the
I
Grum
mean,
shirts
isn't
somewhere.
just our mere presence
I don't know
there
where.
enough? Do you have to have giveaways?
Well, people like free stuff, John.
Well, I understand that, but I feel kind of offended and hurt that. Well, I would
I
have
would have
showed up.
gone.
I would have gone if you guys would have given away a seat cushion.
It wouldn't have been for those meddling kids.
Yeah.
People love seat cushions.
I mean, seat cushions are pretty nice, especially when you go to games at Memorial Stadium, where famously the seats have no cushion.
That's true. That's true. And when it could be cold and chilly and rainy, especially on weekends like that.
Yeah, I meant to look at that because we really have not paid much attention to what the weather's going to be like, but
We probably should have been.
yeah, showers and thunderstorms.
Oh, no. Wait, what?
After 4 p.m., patchy fog, high near
Patch
60.
Adams?
Oh, no.
I have-
Right on VHS.
I think I have a hot take. I think I
On?
have a hot take for the game.
Oh, okay.
The
All right.
I'll share it for
the-
predictions.
Okay.
good news, I'm using air quotes, is that the rain chances have diminished a little during the game,
It
but
doesn't
by
matter if there's
but
thunderstorms,
by a
though.
little, I mean it's gone from the high 80s% to the 70s%. So it's still
It's definitely going to rain.
there will be moisture
The question
in and
is,
out, in and out during the game.
If there's lightning, that sounds bad.
Oh, we're not. Are they gonna? They delay the game, right?
You know, if
course they
this was
would.
back
Yeah.
in my day, we just played right through the damn thing.
when lightning?
Well, it's because you had
Oh, there
leather
was a-
helmets.
There was a lightning delay. There was a lightning strike in Wahoo. We got to stop the game.
You had leather helmets and it wouldn't conduct electricity anyway.
Yeah, John. Yeah, exactly. You're old.
Well,
Got him.
so what?
Indeed.
We still played through, and the people didn't have to wait on us.
That's true.
They still had the rest of their day.
Mm-hmm.
Folks want to get home so they can watch the Texas A&M game.
Yeah, or listen to Big Red Overreaction.
Or listen to Big Red Overreaction.
Or hang out at Big Red Overreaction.
Or hang out at Big Red
Aaron in
Overreaction.
Papillion says, remember the zips? Oh, we will never forget
We'll never forget the Zips.
that night. No, we will not.
Never forget Macho Grande.
Uh-huh.
42 degrees the source. Hotline is 402-951-1620. J Tech Construction Zone Twitter page, where we have included a question of the polling variety.
Excellent. Polls are in the news these days.
Yes, they are. This one, though, this one also is binding. And we're just asking you, hey, who's going to win? Is Nebraska going to cover? So you can vote right now, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620, or you can send us an email into the Equitable Bank inbox. which is what KG did when asking about if we were going to be giving stuff away.
That's true. That's true.
But you can too into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Indeed.
So there you go. When we come back, before we get to Eric Edholm, need to get to 6. How bad do you need to get to 6?
Let's find out.
On 1620 The Zone. Tomorrow at 2:30, Nebraska's got an 8th opportunity.
Isn't that crazy?
To get bowl eligible. Since they went to their last bowl game in 2016, Nebraska's had 7 previous chances to clinch a 6th win and bowl eligibility. And in each case, they have failed. Strangely,
One time by more than one score.
Yeah. Every result prior to the Indiana game 2 weeks ago was 7 points or less, with 1, 2, 3, 4 of those 7 decided by 3 points.
Wow.
By 3 points.
And they've all had, well, let me see real fast.
Well,
all but 2, I would say, they felt like late that they had a chance or were maybe outright going to win the game.
Well, 2019 against Iowa.
That one for still the only 2 that I can find on this whole list, John, where I didn't think that they should have felt like, oh, we should have won that game, would have, of course, been Indiana this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd say the Michigan State game last year, because while they lost by 3, they trailed pretty much the entire game. They were down by 10 points, right? In the fourth quarter of the game. They scored a touchdown. They lose by 3. Iowa game in 2019. They have the ball at midfield with like 2 minutes left, and they somehow lose in regulation.
Yeah.
The Maryland game, I mean, they're in the red zone and they throw a pick.
Yep.
The Wisconsin game, they're at 14-0. It went into overtime. Last year's Iowa game, again, they were across midfield with like 40 some odd seconds left.
Mhm.
Again, they lose in regulation. Mentioned Indiana. And then we know what happened last week versus Ohio State. So like all those games, 7 games, they've had 5 opportunities where I felt like leaving it. It's like, wow, if a ball bounces one way or the other, they might have gotten out of there with that win to lock up their first bowl berth since 2016.
It is the longest bowl drought in the Power Four.
Yep.
And certainly it has been a topic all week. It wasn't really a topic last week because, well,
we didn't think it was going to happen.
Last week, everyone was caught up in their feels because, they had just been smarting off the loss to Indiana.
Yeah.
And it really wasn't a big topic for the Indiana game, just simply because it was more about, trying
that was more about
the
ranked win thing, right?
Yeah, the ranked win thing, but just trying to beat Indiana. And
is Indiana good?
Exactly.
You're right. It's interesting. So in the other ones, I'll be honest, I don't really remember the discourse surrounding the 2019 Iowa game. But last year, every one of those games, all 4 of those losses going in, it was, can they do it? At first it was, they're going to do it. And then it was, I think they're going to do it. And then it's, oh my gosh, are they going to blow this? And then going into Iowa, wow, they're about to blow this, aren't they?
Yeah.
So the last 2 weeks, you're right. We did not go into either of those games discussing like, can they do it? Can they finally lock up the bowl berth? I think it probably was mentioned tangentially.
Sure.
But not as like a driving force of discussion.
But this has been, and quite frankly, a lot of it is centered around the fact that this is the most winnable game remaining on the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska was not favored the last 2 weeks. Nebraska's favored this week. They're in position. They're at home. They're against a team that only has 2 wins. And Matt Rule earlier this week, once again, really turned away any attempts to talk about the importance of the 6th win. But many have opined. How much is this going to be a giant weight lifted off of this program's shoulders? If they can get it and then go into those last 3 games not having to worry about ending that streak and instead building upon what would be at least a 500 season. And listen, I acknowledge, of course, it would be a big deal for a team that hasn't been to a bowl for a long time, given, everything. Now, personally, I think the whole bowl thing is overdone just simply because bowl games mean less today than they ever have. It's more of a symbolic thing because this program with its proud tradition has famously gone to many, many, many bowl games, but that was back during a time when the bowl game actually meant something, and it was the only reward in the postseason. Now,
you have other things to play for.
This is really, the first time in a while that Nebraska has been going for something during the college football playoff era. Yes, the playoff existed the last time Nebraska was in a bowl, but previous Nebraska, old Nebraska, this would not be a thing. It would be about how are we getting into this college football playoff? Because that's where we should be and that's where we ought to be. And now it's different. And sure, this is not a program that's poised to be or in position to be in the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
But it has been interesting to listen to some of the discourse this week about how much of a weight is lifted off the shoulders of the program. And I think it's more of a big picture thing. I don't know if it's as big inside the program because I almost feel like they feel like it's going to happen and that it's not going to be that great of a weight lifted off of their individual shoulders. I could be wrong, but
it definitely doesn't seem to think it matters as much as it does to the fans. Right.
But when I listen to how Matt Rule has tried to couch it, I would assume because he loves to use us to get through to not only you, the fans, but to his players.
Yeah.
The way he has downplayed it makes me think that, listen, we're not aiming for that bar. We're aiming for that bar.
Well, I think that I think that lets you in on how he viewed the team before the season. You know,
Mhm.
I always think back to the interview that he had with Joel Klatt in
I
the
agree.
summer, right? When
Yeah.
he, you know, and he mentioned multiple times, I think he got a question at Big Ten Media Days, what would mark a good year? And what did he always say? He was very consistent. He wanted to be in the conversation of the playoff.
Mhm.
They're not going to be in that. If they would have won last week, and assuming they take care of business tomorrow, they would have been in the first rankings on Tuesday. So, like, it would have been an outside shot, and they would have had to run the table, and they would have needed some help, but they would have been in there.
Mhm.
So, at least the first goal, they're not going to be able to reach his first goal of the season. But if you go 6-3, that means that you could go 7-3. And if you go 7-3, it means you can go 8-3. If you go 8-3, it means you can go 9-3. Like, that's a pretty good record, you know? And so I don't think he is thinking about this team as a 6-6. 6-6 isn't good enough for him. Dare I say, John, I bet he wouldn't be happy with 7-5. If you would have told him before the year, you know, we always do that exercise. We'll give you 7-5
Mhm.
or door number 2. You know, the last few years, 7-5 might have sounded pretty good. I don't think he would have signed up for 7-5, though. I bet he would have last year, but I don't think he would have this year. And so that's why I think he doesn't view this as like, oh, thank God they got to. No, that's not what this season was about
Right.
for him. He wanted some real progress. And I think real progress is still on the table. Even with that bad loss to Indiana, it's still there for the taking. It's just, can they do it? Can they do something now that they have not done in a while? First of all, can they win 6 games? That's something they haven't done in a while.
Sure.
But can they play consistent football for a month? You know,
Right.
the November numbers in terms of wins and losses since 2016 are wild. The last few years, it's even worse. You know, what was it? Dave Feit who had in his column this week the stats, like they're 3-16 or something in the last few years. Like, it is dire for what. And last year they went 0-4. You know, and again, as we have on the graphic, every one of those games was for a bowl. They win one of those 4 games, and they couldn't lock down one, and so they went 0-4. They've not won a whole lot of November football games. 2021, they lost all of them. Last year, they lost all of them. You know, 2022, they picked up, 1 win in that last stretch of the season. It would be nice, obviously, for the 2019, they only picked up 1 win. It's been since 2018 that they finished the season strong. That team, after going 0-6, they went 4-2. They finished the season strong. Mitch Sherman's mentioned this a few times this week. He's written about it. That team used the 2018 close loss to Ohio State as a launching pad to finish that year. And they really did. They won 2 more games after that. They blew out Illinois. They had the close win over Michigan State, and then they lost a tough one to Iowa. But they used that close loss, and they turned around, and they applied it to the remaining 3 games. If this team can do something similar, then, I mean, they're going to win tomorrow, and I think they're going to win for sure another one, and maybe even 2 in the last month of the season.
Here's David on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. David, thanks for waiting. You're on the zone.
Hey, I agree with you. They don't mean bowls don't mean the same as they used to, but the practice of and us not having bowl practice has really hurt our development. So that I'm going to disagree with you on, John. I think that is monumentally important, something that has really stymied us in developing the younger guys.
No, but I'm talking about more from the players' standpoint in terms of how much this weighs on them. I get that, you know, there are advantages. There's no question about it. No question about it. But now I would say this, in the era of the transfer portal where you don't know how many of these guys are going to disappear on you, it does make you wonder how much the extra practices help when some of the guys might not even be back.
I agree with you normally, but I don't agree with you in our situation. Matt Rule has made it clear he's developing. So we don't lose a lot of guys in the transfer portal. He's trying to develop these guys. He's playing a lot of young guys. So I think for us, I agree with you in most programs. So I don't think that applies to us because I don't think he wants to go that route unless he has to. And so I think the bulk of the guys are going to be, he wants to build it. I mean, he's building his, coaches, same thing with the players. So anyways, thanks. I love the show, guys. Thanks.
Yep. David, appreciate it.
Thanks, David.
I would say this, though. Last year, certainly, yeah, they were not hit hard in the portal. But this year could be different. Next year could be different. The world of college football free agency, yes, in a perfect world, absolutely. What Matt Rule is doing, the practices would mean probably more than it would at some other programs. But you just don't know. You just don't know how these kids are, who they're being contacted by, what they're thinking going into any season. I'm not downplaying the impact of a bowl game. What I'm more arguing against is the idea that this is going to unlock some mental block that this program has had by winning tomorrow, or winning whenever the 6th win comes, tomorrow, next week, the week after, whenever, that it's going to unlock something in this team that is, there, now that part's fixed. Because there's still a good chance that Nebraska could win tomorrow, but then lose out.
Is there a world where you
lose 2 out of 3?
So your theory, is there a world where you would you'd admit I was actually wrong on that? Like if they won tomorrow and then let's say they won the last 3 after that, would you say, all right, you know what, I may have been wrong, they play looser? Or is it going to have to be a vibes kind of like a look to them?
That's the thing. That's the thing about this argument is there's really no proof. Even if a player said, yeah, man, once we got that 6th win, I just felt so more free. Sure, to that person, it might be that way, but to an entire team. So it's one of those things where it's not really provable.
Yeah.
The reason I believe the way I believe is based on what I'm hearing from the head coach and what he has been trying to get through to his players about having the championship mindset. A championship mindset is not aspiring for 6 wins.
No. But that's the good part about tomorrow is it's November 2nd.
Correct.
Tomorrow is not, look, on this list, there are 2 games that were the literal last game of the year. 2019 Iowa and last year Iowa. Yeah. So all they could do in that moment was get to 6. This season, dude, look at the wide amount of possibilities that are still there. 5-7 is still possible, and 9-3 is possible.
Yes, it is.
And anything in between is going to give you a different feeling going into the offseason and into year 3. I don't know for sure about, unlocking. I tend to disagree with you. I do think that there are players on this. So many of the older players in the program have never done that. And so I do think that could mean something special for them. And I certainly think that the extra practices matter, but where extra practices really matter is over the course of multiple seasons. It's not one group of 15.
Correct.
It is 4 years worth of those things.
Yes.
Because then you're really getting in practice time.
Max writes, the bigger problem is if we don't win tomorrow, then the bowl discussions become huge, and that's an issue again. And I would, yes, absolutely, because we'll talk about it again, over the course of the idle week and the USC game weeks. And everything else.
It becomes an anchor if you don't win tomorrow.
Sure.
Yeah.
It certainly does.
I don't think it is right now.
It also keeps the possibilities open that Josh is eating raw tomatoes and wearing MAGA hats. So
if you lose tomorrow,
it'll be a burden off your shoulders if they win tomorrow.
Not worried at all. Max also adds, it's not that a win tomorrow does a ton. It's that a loss awakens all of those worrisome bowl feelings again. That's a good way to view it. It's not that the win is something off your shoulders. It's that a loss adds an anchor, and you don't want to have that anchor around yourself moving into the final 3 games. And you just brought up a good point too, that they don't play for 2 weeks. So you have to sit and stew in that. And you got to go back on the road again.
Or are you souping in it?
Souping?
I just don't want folks to fall into the trap if they win tomorrow. And let's say they win and they look good tomorrow.
Oh, it's like 31-10 good?
It's a trap.
Interesting.
That instantly it'll be like, okay, well now everything's fine, because I need to see a lot more tangible proof of progress.
I don't think people think it's fine. I think that people are just going to be like, thank God we don't have to talk about this
sure.
anymore.
No, and again, from the fan standpoint, I totally get it.
I'd be stunned if the team, if he allowed the team to rest on their laurels for one win to get to 6, even if it's game number 9. I don't think he would do that because of the mindset that you're talking about.
Well, but this is also the same group that apparently underestimated Indiana 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that certainly is true.
According to their head coach.
It's almost like people in this building are even underestimating Indiana. Still, we may be among these people at
Some
times.
of us estimated, and some of us underestimated them by a lot.
Interesting.
Even when people thought, wow, Nick, that's disrespectful. I can't believe you think that Nebraska's going to lose that badly. Turns out I also underestimated Indiana.
Interesting.
Well, either way, it adds an element for tomorrow for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And don't forget, we will be at Cross Train, and we'll be able to react to all of it.
Yeah.
I'll be curious to know if they win tomorrow, what the tenor of the calls will be like.
Fire Foley.
Well, I mean, that's been a constant since the beginning of the season almost. But I will be curious to see what the tenor of the calls is like or like tomorrow.
What about the bass or the alto?
No, just the tenor. That's all I'm looking for.
That's
all I'm looking for. 402-951-1620.
Sam writes, if we get to 6, we can parse bowl game locations. Tons of segments. Yeah, we can start planning bowl trips. Where is the zone sending us for January?
I won't be going.
We don't
to
have
any
to go
bowl.
to Detroit. That's fine.
I won't be going to any bowl.
We're
section.
going to Tampa. We're going to Orlando.
Not
If we
with,
go to Tampa,
not with
I think
6 wins.
No, because they're going to win more. If they win tomorrow, they're going to win at least 2 more.
What if we go to Miami?
Oh, you're going to put that on the list?
I mean, I did pick them to go 8-4 before the year.
So you say if they win tomorrow, they're definitely winning 2 of the last 3.
Not definitely.
If we go to Florida, we could probably crash with David, right? We don't even have to get a hotel.
Oh, our old boss David. Where does he live?
Near Miami.
They can't go to Miami.
I mean,
It's a big state, Nick.
Florida's it's a long state. I don't know. If
Yes,
it's
that's big. Is long big?
I don't know.
Poll question.
Is long big?
If you've ever driven in Florida, it's a big state.
Yeah, indeed.
It is a big state.
Yeah, indeed.
It takes
Indeed
a
it
long,
was.
It takes a long
I've only been on the
time.
Panhandle.
Yeah. Whack ass panhandle.
I like the Panhandle.
It takes a long time to get around Florida.
Yes, it
If
does.
you're going north.
Indeed, it does.
All right, coming up, last night, the New York Football Jets picked up a big win.
Or did
And-
the Texans pick up a big loss?
Well, that I think both could be true at the same time. We will certainly ask those and other questions of Eric Edholm
Nice.
of NFL.com and also look ahead to some of the matchups this weekend. Obviously, a huge matchup in the NFC North with the Lions and the Packers and a whole lot more. And I'm sure, because everyone else is talking about, the state of Pennsylvania will come up.
Whoa, political questions for Eric? I'm sure he'll love that.
Don't we all?
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't been texted enough this week.
I haven't at all. It's been nice.
I didn't get one today yet.
Same.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. One Beer Friday. 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. They are your home for both pro and college ball anywhere in the state of Iowa. Live in-game lines that update every break that make you feel like you're in the middle of all the action. Props that give you multiple different ways to win during a single game, and the tight money line splits that experts have calculated to be as accurate as possible. Circus Sports Iowa is the sports book for you, a person who's serious about playing, a person who's smart and knows that real-life people on the other end of the app are better than crappy AI or chatbots who just try to redirect you and don't actually solve your problems or help you with anything. Let's check out some of those tight money line splits I mentioned earlier for this weekend. On Saturday, Penn State plus 140 on Ohio State. My Iowa Hawkeyes are minus 145 over Wisconsin in what is probably going to be the grossest game of the season. And Sunday, one game that I'm looking at right now is Browns and Chargers. The Browns are sitting at plus 108 to win that one. Download the sportsbook that was made for you today. Download Circus Sports Iowa now. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
It's time to talk some National Football League ahead of a big week in the NFL. And to join us, our good friend from NFL.com, Eric Edholm, joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Big E, how you doing?
Doing all right. What's going on?
Not much. You know, Josh and I at this time yesterday were all confused about why are the Jets favored in this game. And then after the first half, I thought, why are the Jets favored in this game? But then they came out in the second half, 21 points. Of course, the great catch by Wilson. You know, Aaron Rodgers found his old teammate again. Did the Jets find something in the second half that could be, dare I say, sustainable?
It was their best half of football in a while. Like you said, the first half, not so pretty, right? I mean, the Malachi Corley touchdown that was obviously the lingering play. And, you know, you thought, boy, this is absolutely going to burn them in some way, right? That they're going to lose because of that play. And then the late penalty looked like the second half version of that. You know, they take a field goal off the board, the Texans have a chance to take the lead. Jets look like they're going to blow another one, but they hold and get lucky with the miss and start to pour it on offensively. But, yeah, I mean, we just really haven't seen them move the ball. Aaron Rodgers had 32 pass yards at the half. Things were not looking good. But Garrett Wilson came up big, 2 touchdowns, that big grab. You know, Devontae Adams had a good game. He left the game for about 20 minutes, came back, caught the late touchdown to give him the extra cushion they needed. And so we'll see. I mean, they're 3-6. You know, the Rams did that. They made the playoffs last year, same record. Got a long way to go, but they had to have this one to have any shot at all, I think.
Eric, I wonder how concerning you view this game in terms of for Houston. This is a team that's now 6-3. They obviously have the receiver injuries as well. And it's not like they have looked ultra great this year. They've won a lot of games, but but a lot of these games have been tight. What's the concern level with the Texans after this one?
Yeah, I try not to ding teams for winning close games too hard, but I see what you're saying. I mean, that's absolutely been the case. It feels like they've, you know, every single game D'Amico Ryans has coached has been pretty close at some point. And so, yeah, I mean, this one I don't think was terribly shocking. I actually picked the Jets to win, didn't feel great about it at halftime, but I thought, gosh, they're desperate. You know, no Stephon Diggs, tough week. What I didn't anticipate was that the Texans' pass protection was going to be as awful as it was. I mean, I know that's been a problem, you know, CJ taking 2, 3, 4 sacks in a game, but not 8. I mean, that's really, you know, even with Hassan Reddick there and the Jets' pass rush being pretty good overall, you know, that's inexcusable. So, you know, there's only so much you can put on Stroud's head, given the lack of weaponry and the lack of blocking up front. And Joe Mixon had a good game. Tank Dell did what he could. But that combined with a Texans defense that gave up 3 long touchdown drives in the second half. And, yeah, there's some absolute reasons for worry there, especially in a crowded AFC field.
Eric Edholm joining us from NFL.com. Speaking of crowded, it's been crowded at the top and the bottom of the NFC North with everyone so tightly packed, but they're starting to gain some separation. And this weekend, if Detroit wins, they'll have a true stranglehold on this division because they'll have wins in hand versus both Minnesota and Green Bay with both those games on the road. Jordan Love did return to practice yesterday. Does this feel like must win for Green Bay, and can they win it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big one, no doubt about it. Like you saw, obviously, the Bucs losing to the Falcons on Sunday. I would say it's a little different because that division's really a 2-horse race. You know, that one's more of a stranglehold, if you will. So, obviously, in the NFC North, like you said, all 4 teams in contention. You know, you never know what's going to happen. You just got to finish with one more win. But Detroit's looked so dangerous lately, even without Aiden Hutchinson. And, you know, I know Jared Goff's a little banged up right now and missed the practice, but I think it, as you framed it, just sort of the Packers feeling like, hey, they might be one of the 10 best teams in the NFL, but, you know, right now they're looking like the 5th seed or worse unless they can, you know, take down Detroit, get this big win. You know, hoping Love is ready, but they at least have shown they can win with Malik Willis. I mean, that's the you know, that trade right at the, you know, on the eve of cutdowns for I think a 7th round pick, basically a throwaway trade almost. And, you know, it's really helped the Packers. They've absolutely struggled to find someone to be established as a backup. Prior to that,
He's come in, played well, better than anyone I think could have expected. But yeah, you're clearly hoping Love can return for this one if you're a Packers fan, and kind of continue the growth that they've had when he's been out there.
Eric, do you still like the NFC North as a division that could potentially get 3 teams into the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, you could even make a case for 4, right? I mean, it's possible, but yeah, 3 makes the most sense. And look, the Bears last week was tough. I mean, I don't think they deserved to win even after they went up with 25 seconds left, but losing that one in the way they did. And, I'm here based in Chicago. All the talk has been negative all week. Everyone wants to talk about the Hail Mary and what happened prior to that, right? The play before they gave up some easy yards, what happened after, I don't know how the coaching staff handled it, responded to it. We don't know what's going to happen with Tyreek Stevenson. Is he going to start? Has this been forgotten about, whatever? And they have a tough game in Arizona. So they're the one that I think right now is kind of feeling the pressure. And, not too long ago, they were rolling into the bye in good shape, lots of momentum. And, they've got to make sure they don't lose this game Sunday. Otherwise, the questions start really cranking up a little bit.
Talking with Eric Edholm of NFL.com. Staying in the NFC North, Minnesota in the midst of a 2-game slide after they started undefeated. But TJ Hawkinson is coming back. Could this be the perfect thing to kind of reinvigorate the Vikings?
Yeah, I mean, what you worry about, obviously they just swung the trade for Cam Robinson too. For me, Christian Darrisaw, losing him right before the half, and that game on Thursday was a big deal. I mean, the offensive line, I think, has been kind of the quiet hero unit-wise for that team all season, and losing their best pass protector clearly made a difference in that game. And I think, prior to the Robinson trade was the biggest thing. But you also need weapons too. I mean, I think having somebody like Hawkinson back in the middle of the field, patrolling that area, kind of drawing some of the attention away from Jefferson. Maybe it helps Addison get going a little bit too. Aaron Jones has been running well, but banged up. So, yeah, I mean, Hawkinson was on pace for a unbelievable season before getting hurt. Had a great one anyway, but, late in the year, he gets injured, taking a little longer than expected, and they need him now as pretty well.
Eric, you mentioned a little bit earlier when we were talking about the Texans that you're not wanting to ding any teams for winning games in the NFL. So with that as like the background, I want you to lay out the case on either side of the argument for the Steelers, because once again, we find ourselves in November with this franchise where they have a great record. Right now, they're sitting well above 500 at 6-2. They have yet to play any of their divisional opponents, though. They have Washington coming up next weekend after the bye. They also have the Eagles and the Chiefs on the schedule as well. Why are you buying into this 6-2 Steelers? Why are you not buying into the 6-2 Steelers?
Yeah, I mean, kind of the idea that, first of all, Mike Tomlin had his finger on the pulse of this team. I think a lot of us, myself included, said, there's some real risk here in changing quarterbacks mid-season. You've seen what Fields has given you. Yes, it was acceptable. It was good. I don't think it was great, but he was winning football games for him. So, usually quarterback changes happen out of necessity. You're losing, or the QB's hurt, or something isn't happening, right? And I don't know that was the case. And so it was a bold move. It worked out, and I think it has elevated the offense, even if Wilson's had to kind of work through some little stretches where he's finding his rhythm and all that. But I think they're more explosive offensively. I've been told they're going to be active on the trade market. I don't know if anything comes to fruition. We've already seen one receiver trade or a couple receiver trades happen, and I wouldn't be shocked if they're kicking some tires around the league to see who's available, who isn't, possibly upgrading there. Defensively, we know they're good. They're 3-1 at home, 3-1 on the road. They could play anywhere and have success. So, the interesting thing is they haven't played a division game yet. You mentioned, I think they have 4 straight and five out of 6 at one point. They're like the Bears in the sense that, the record's good, but there's some question marks, and they have yet to really make a mark on their division, which is, obviously an important test and an important piece of the equation.
Eric Edholm joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. On the other side of the state, Pennsylvania's in the news a lot these days. I wonder why. Are we buying the Eagles of the last 2 weeks, or is it more a product of the competition?
Yeah, it's hard not to think like, they've been a little bit Jekyll and Hyde, and they've had moments where, you start to buy in after the Saints game. Their defense played great. The next week they get blown out by the Bucks, and then, close win over the Browns, kind of unimpressive. And then, like you said, the last two games really took a step forward. I thought defensively, they're sort of settling into their roles a little bit. You're getting more from, the big guys up front, more from the pass rush. Vic Fangio was brought in to fix that group, and it's taken a little time, but I think you're now starting to see the seeds of that a little. I thought Jalen Hurts played a really clean game against Cincinnati, probably his best game top to bottom of this season. It's still not to that MVP type level that we saw in 2022, but it's better than what we saw a year ago. And all of a sudden, all that talk about Sirianni and Hurts is kind of dissipated. So that's a good thing. I mean, look, Saquon Barkley's helped this team. The defense has made strides. Dallas is having a down year. Giants are still kind of stuck in the mud. I know Washington's been great, but, who's to say Philly can't kind of outlast them this season, especially if Washington can't keep this momentum going and win some of those head-to-head matchups against the division teams.
Eric, what's been your reaction to all the stuff with the Colts and Anthony Richardson and tapping his helmet and now not being the starter?
Well, it wasn't a great look, and
No.
I hesitate to kill a kid for needing to play off. I mean, I was kind of joking Sunday, like at least fake an injury or something, like pretend like you twisted your ankle on the way down or whatever. But coming off the field in a 3rd and goal situation, even if the ball's outside the 20, I mean, and even if they did ended up handing off on that play, I don't know that it went over all that well in the locker room. I think it surprised some of the veterans who have, obviously fought through pain and all this different stuff. And quarterbacks usually don't come out of the game, right? I mean, there's a reason for it. So, yeah, I think that was a part of it. Have they given up on him? I've not received any indication that's the case. I know some people in the Colts organization. I know how much they've put into Richardson and how much, time and thought was spent this offseason on the plan and maximizing his abilities. So I don't think they're throwing that out after a few months and just saying, all right, this thing is over. Like in Carolina with Bryce Young, I don't want to say it feels over, but it doesn't feel like there's a great path there. Whereas with the Colts, I could see some time passing. He's only started 10 games. I think they're going to need him at some point and want him back in there. So I feel a little bit better about that overall. But again, you have to do better than what he's done before to this point. And that play just is going to always kind of stick in the back of our minds a little bit.
Eric, as we wrap things up, besides Lions-Packers, is there a game this weekend you have a particular interest in because of, well, for a variety of reasons, but mainly, what could be at stake?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned Bears, Cardinals. I think that's going to end up being a sneaky game for, two teams that people may not realize it, two tough divisions or two tightly packed divisions of the West and North. So that one could certainly carry a lot of weight. Bucks, Chiefs, I suppose, Colts, Vikings. I realize that, you're probably waiting for the Steelers-Niners game. A lot of people are, but yeah, I mean, that Bears-Cardinals game is really interesting because I think Caleb Williams needs a big game. I think the Cardinals are, put some of their demons behind them and are starting to play with some confidence. So that's a tough trip out west all of a sudden.
Man, Rams, Seahawks, come on. Battle for first place.
Not bad game. Pretty important too.
Yes,
yeah.
it is. Well, Eric, enjoy the weekend. Should be a fun one. We always appreciate the opportunity to chat with you, and I'm sure we'll catch up here later in the season.
All right, looking forward to it.
Thanks, Eric.
That is Eric Edholm of NFL.com. We'll still have a look across college football and some of the bigger games this weekend. Of course, our predictions. We got a lot more on the matchup between Nebraska and UCLA. How much is the weather going to factor in? Because the weather's not looking great. And another reminder that we are going to be live at Cross Train for a watch party and Big Red Overreaction. Game starts at 2:30. They'll have plenty of TVs. We've got great beer specials, including $3 for Cornhead Lager, free pizza while it lasts. And yes, as soon as the game is over, Josh and I will have live Big Red Overreaction on site from Cross Train on Portal Road, just south of Giles in La Vista. Join us. If you can't be there to watch the game with us, at least be there for Big Red Overreaction or vice versa. Either way, we'd love to see you there. It's Big Red Overreaction and our live watch party tomorrow from Cross Drain in La Vista, 1620 The Zone. Kent's Movie Club coming up in a few. Still to come, we've got predictions and keys for tomorrow's game. This was an interesting graphic in Bill Connolly's preview of this weekend in college football. It shows he was actually previewing the Ohio State-Penn State game.
Yeah.
But this was every game charted by Ohio State since 2015 in terms of its rush efficiency and its explosiveness. And of all the games on this chart, last week's game against Nebraska, if you can imagine, if you will, the rushing success rate is along the bottom of the chart, and the further it is to the right, the better you are.
Mm-hmm.
And on the y-axis, up and down, it's the yards per successful rush, which is basically a measure of how explosive your run game is. The further up you are on this chart, the better. So in a perfect world, you'd love to be up and to the right. Well, in this particular circumstances, the game last week against Nebraska in terms of its rushing success was almost as close to the bottom and the left as you can get, with the exception of maybe 2 other games.
Yeah, I would love to know.
And I don't know
those...
which games those are. I don't know which games those are.
All right, I'm gonna guess on one of them real fast, because when they played in the Fiesta Bowl following the 2016 regular season, they lost to Clemson 31-0. That day they had 88 yards rushing, so a little bit more than they had against Nebraska.
Right, but remember, this isn't looking at yards per se. It's
No,
more,
I know.
Yeah,
I'm just,
but,
I'm just thinking
that's a candidate,
because it's like how often does Ohio State? They
maybe
had 20,
last year's bowl game.
They had 23 carries for 88 yards.
I don't know what they did in last year's bowl game, but they didn't do much of anything.
Yeah, so like when we start talking about this next month and what is at stake and what can they do, it's this type of stuff. It like we spent that half hour a little bit ago before at home talking about like kind of feelings and vibes and all these things. This is the stuff. This is the stuff that you can point to. This is real. This isn't feelings. This is an actual metric.
Yeah.
And it's not even that fancy. Rushing efficiency. How many yards per carry are you getting? Explosiveness. Are you having long carries? They were horrible against Nebraska. And Nebraska will not face 2 running backs in a game the rest of the year that are as good as those guys. You know? I know that Iowa
this week
has a
you're
good
on
rusher.
the exact opposite end of the spectrum. Because,
yeah.
UCLA famously does not run the ball well at all.
Yeah, for sure.
At all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the epitome of a one-dimensional team, it could be tomorrow.
I'd be interested to see what other dots or Nebraska on here, just to kind of get like a vibe of.
Good question, Nick. I bet
spread.
Some of the ones that are in the far right quadrant and up,
Nebraska in the far right quadrant.
Those are definitely some Nebraska ones, because they had a few games where it was easy peasy.
Yeah,
easy peasy.
So
easy peasy.
Something to chew on. Something else to chew on. This just came down a little while ago.
Yeah,
from the SEC. That would be the Southeastern Conference. Greg Sankey.
It means more.
Greg Sankey sent a memo out to all SEC coaches and ADs ordering them to stop directing players to fake injuries and institute penalties that include, on a third offense, a coach's suspension.
Oh, stop the flop.
The headline quote from the memo: play football and stop the feigning injury nonsense.
He should have said stop the flop.
What game is this in reference to in particular? What play is this?
Many games.
No, I know, but was there one that tipped the scales in frustration?
I have no idea. All I know is this. It seems like every SEC game I have watched this year, this has been a talking point.
Oh, for sure.
Within the game broadcast.
It's been bad.
And funny, and sometimes it's happened where they've been talking about it and then it happens.
Yeah, for sure.
Where all of a sudden, wait, play stop. Got a guy down on the field, and then they show the replay, and the guy's walking towards the sidelines, and all of a sudden, I'm just going to stop right here and lay down. But this has been an issue. And it seems like, for some reason, it's worse in the SEC than it is anywhere else.
Yeah, Jordan points out Ole Miss. Yeah, I've seen Ole Miss.
Ole Miss has definitely been up there in terms of violators, but there's been others.
Yeah.
There's been others. I think I saw it. It may have happened in the Alabama Vandy game, I believe. But there's been a lot. And so apparently they've had enough. Now, the interesting thing is, with all of this, they're all having to go back, and there's not a lot you can do inside the game, because you would hate to be the official that has to determine, that was a flop, because most of the time the official doesn't see it happen. So this is something that you go back to and you review the tape. And when you see it, it's like, okay, it happened. And it's just, it happened.
Dude,
coach is out. You're
it's
suspended.
So obvious. Like, I don't know why the coaches don't tell their players to make it look a little more natural, man. The ones where they're standing and then they're like,
they need to go to the WWE Performance Center.
Not a bad idea.
And learn how to take a bump.
Hey, what about Sierra Wright? The actor?
Nice.
He would know how to do that better than anybody. Not because he flops, but because he's an actor.
Right.
But in all seriousness, man, I just don't know. I don't know why it looks so fake when they do it every single time. Because when all of our comments now are Ole Miss is notorious for this. Ole Miss does it on like every other play.
Maybe they're being told to do it, but then they're doing it, but they're over exaggerating it to say that they did it. You know, some people do that.
And here's a text from Adam. Ole Miss / Lane Kiffin have done some pretty egregious take fake injuries recently. My guess is that was the tipping point. Yeah, not great.
But I mean, yes, I'm not saying Ole Miss isn't one of the chief violators, but I've seen it in other games too.
Mm-hmm.
Because coaches are now saying, well, wait, if they're getting away with it, and it can be to our advantage to slow down an offense that's trying to run with tempo, or, we need to get a substitution in that we really need, but, the ref's not stopping play, so we're going to stop it ourselves. It's happening, and it's bad. And I can remember times in Nebraska games in recent years where it's happened and the fans just boo. In fact, it seems like any time an opposing player goes down now in Memorial Stadium, the fans are booing.
Dude, seriously.
Because it did happen quite a bit too.
Yeah, 100%.
And it is. It's such a bad look, especially for big bag football. We like to talk about how big and bad we are, and then we say, I don't watch that soccer. All they do is they're flopping all over the place.
And then they flop.
You turned into a Southern Georgia lawyer from the 1800s.
Well, back in my day, this never happened. We didn't flop because people were falling to the ground because they were dying. Football was a game of honor and death.
Speaking of death, Sam writes, haven't seen Southerners flop that bad since 1865.
Nice.
Oh,
got him!
Wait a minute. They died in honor of their country.
States' rights, John. They died because of states' rights.
Tough look for the Confederacy once again, taking L's all these generations later.
There's so many other angles they could have taken that were less like, it's for states' rights. It's like, it's affecting our agricultural-based economy. That's something that you think people could get behind. No, it's a bad PR.
Why are we? Why
the
are you guys?
Confederacy had bad PR.
Yeah, what are you doing, Nick?
I'm saying they should have picked a different message if they really wanted to,
Wow.
stand by their goals.
Of all the things we could pick apart about that era in American history,
Nick's like, if I was on the South Side, here's what I would have argued. Yeah.
He's worried about the PR. The PR would have been a lot better.
Wow.
It would have been.
It would not have been Nick.
An excellent PR person for the Confederacy.
Wow, congrats to Nick. I think Nick just got fired.
I think Nick been getting texts too many times.
Andy says, stop Nick. Patriot Nick is trying to claw out. Yeah. Well, this has been quite the election season for Nick. He's changing before our eyes. Can't wait to see what he dresses up as on Tuesday. A Confederate flag.
I don't really know how to make the transition.
Oh, hey, there'd be a lot of handshake memeing between
next segment.
That's what I would say.
Where we're talking about a movie in which a very bad person who may have had some, I don't know, principles that he agreed with when it came to 1860s Southern agriculture. People were trying to get rid of him, and it was the subject of a movie, and Tom Cruise was in it.
Yep.
I wonder if
With
he
an
did
eye
his,
patch.
I wonder if he did his own stunts in this one. He only really needed one stunt at the very beginning and at the very end.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
I think he actually took his eye out.
I don't know, but there is actually some interesting stories about Tom Cruise being in this movie and being allowed to film in Germany.
Okay.
That we'll get into, along with other things, as we review the movie Valkyrie with Kent Wolgamont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. He will join us next. It's the Movie Club. That means we are so close to the weekend on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission: to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
Font.
It's nice
I was
font.
playing around last night during that boring ass football game.
I like the
very
new font.
1920s
It
art
is,
deco.
Yeah, it is.
They downloaded some new fonts into the program, and I
Nice.
just started playing around. So
Very nice. I noticed that as well. I went, did
Okay.
have I missed this or what?
Well, I'm happy, Kent, that you thought the same thing, because halfway through I was like, I think that's a little bit different.
Me too.
Yeah.
John was just subtly trying to gaslight us.
Nice.
I wasn't gaslighting anybody.
Gaslighter.
I can't wait to see
Okay,
what
hold
John.
on. You're in
Nick's-
enough trouble with what
Yeah.
you said last
For
segment.
the record, slavery was bad.
Oh,
so was
wow.
racism.
Can't-
bad.
You never want
Can't
to
do
have
not
to put
ask.
out a statement that says,
Yes.
for the record,
Yes.
slavery was bad.
Yes.
I'm just saying, if they wanted to have an angle that they wanted people to sympathize
Oh
with,
my
that would have been
gosh.
the angle.
Oh my
Not
gosh.
the bad
when did
stuff
you
they
when
were
did,
doing.
when did you leave the studio to go rent a backhoe to continue digging the hole you've dug for yourself?
He's very good at it.
Kent, we're talking about again another awkward transition, but it's
Mr. H.
the movie Valkyrie, late 2000s,
Oh, wait.
08, starring Tom Cruise. It is about the plot of some of the members of the German military and German civilians to assassinate Adolf Hitler. This would have been in the latter stages of the war. This was probably the most famous attempt. There were several attempts, but this one was certainly
It's like 15, right?
the most famous.
Yeah, it ends with I told this to John Kent when we were chatting earlier. When they had that graphic at the end of the movie, I didn't realize that there had been that many attempts, because I don't really recall learning about this in school.
I don't know that it was heavily promoted in schools, but if you have studied much about World War II, you'll start to find out that there were over 30 attempts that we know of.
Wow.
To try and kill him.
Wow.
So this was, and this one was kind of the last and most famous of them, I think, because it was the one that came the closest to actually getting the job done. And it also, and this isn't covered in the movie, and when you read about it, it says, he only had minor wounds afterwards. It punctured his eardrums.
Yes.
And it really messed him up. And he was already in some kind of mental decline. Who knows what it was? And he also probably had Parkinson's. And all of this just accelerated that. And remember that this was July 1944.
Yeah.
This is a month after D-Day, and so the Allies are already gaining a beachhead and moving towards Berlin.
And so are the Russians. And so he's a year from being dead.
Yeah,
and this
less than a
really
year.
accelerated that process. So
Yeah, if you look back at some of the later films, especially as the war is nearing its end, how the way he's holding his hand, the shaking, and he is very much a different person. And this assassination attempt kind of, push that process even more forward.
And not to just skip ahead to the very end of the movie, or I guess when does the bomb happen? 40 minutes to go, maybe an hour and 20 minutes into the movie.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of movie left.
So Kent, when that happens, one of the people moved the briefcase that the bomb was in. So if it would have been a different way, it would have taken him out.
correct. That is the under that this movie is pretty historically accurate, right? I mean, it's not 100% because it's a movie, but that part of that briefcase being moved whether it was done by that specific officer or not is what happened. And by moving it, it blew up the table more than it blew him up. And otherwise, he'd have been dead. It killed, I believe, 4 people total. And then everybody else that was in the room was wounded. But 4 were killed, including the guy that they have moving the briefcase.
Okay.
Well, and the other key thing about it was the original meeting was going to be in the bunker, which is where the first meeting was, which is, a bunker is more enclosed and sealed up. And so the blast really stays contained. This particular meeting got moved outside, not outside, but into a more open room and an open building. Thus, the blast had more space. If the meeting would have taken place in the original location, then it would have worked. It would have probably killed everybody in the meeting.
Yeah.
But instead, because it was not in the bunker complex, if you will, that's one of the reasons why it didn't work. But of course, a lot of this too, Kent, and it gives you just. This is one of those, and I was thinking about this around the time the bomb goes off in the film. You're talking about a World War II movie, and outside of the opening scene, which basically shows Cruise's character, Colonel von Stauffenberg, in Africa. This is the rare World War II movie where there's no fighting per se. And you go from that scene,
it moves fast
to the very end, you hardly see any guns.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
This is more of like a political thriller.
Yeah.
A better term when
no question.
To the plotting. But yeah, so that in terms of a World War II movie, this is not the type of thing where you see a lot of battle scenes. There are no really, except for
it's not really a war movie at all. In the sense, I mean, the war is the background, but it's not a movie about the war. It's a movie about this internal. I mean, let's put it this way. This is not. It's the same movie, but there was a comedic movie made about the death of
Stalin. Did we watch that movie?
I think you guys have watched.
Yeah, I think that was the early movie club days. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great movie.
So it's that kind of movie that it's about this one thing that happened within a turbulent government, right? That just happens to be
turbulent government
in World War II, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got the evil of Hitler, or in the other one you had the evil of Stalin. But all of that, the other thing that this movie manages to do is still kind of work as a thriller, even though you know what the outcome is going to be.
Correct.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Kent.
Yeah, this is not Inglourious Bastards where basically you get to rewrite your own history.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
This is historically accurate.
Yeah, they in fact used. Apparently, the whole thing was very, 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 very well documented by the SS, Gestapo, whatever. Nazi police agency it was, and they were able to use their records in putting together the screenplay.
Kent, what do you think of, and I don't think John has mentioned this, that the movie is essentially in English the entire time, right? Like Tom Cruise, of course, an American, many Americans, many British actors in this movie. And I was thinking about it earlier, Kent. I don't know if anyone in this room has ever watched the miniseries Chernobyl.
Yes.
That aired on HBO 5 years ago this year, actually. And that movie it's similar in that that movie is full of English actors. And so it's a movie about the Chernobyl disaster, but it is filled, of course, with people who are speaking English. And I think that it's like that pretty much the entire time. I remember as it first started, Cruise's character is speaking in German.
Correct.
And so I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't realize he was going to speak German in this movie. That is some, really good acting. Now, obviously, he doesn't do that. And at first, I think I'm like, oh, this is weird. But then you get lost in the story. I wonder what you thought of that decision.
I actually thought that the way, when he changes to speak in English, because he's writing in that diary, right? And he's speaking German part of the way through, and then he starts speaking English. And I thought that was a beautiful way to do that, because three reasons. If you hire German actors to speak in English, I don't quite get what the point of that would be.
Correct.
Sure.
Necessarily. If you do it in German, nobody's going to go see it. Okay.
Mhm.
Sorry to say, subtitled movies do not play well here. There occasionally you'll get a hit, one that's halfway a hit, but not very often. And Tom Cruise ain't going to make no German movie because I doubt he could speak German for an entire movie, nor could these actors, right?
Yeah.
And so they hired a bunch of really good British actors to go along with Cruise, essentially. And they put them in roles where they could use their what they bring to the screen to begin with in establishing these characters, which really weren't deeply established, right? You don't get any backstory on any of them, including Cruise, other than being in North Africa when he was a colonel. You don't get the background on Fromm or on, on the guy who Bill Nighy played, kind of wishy-washy guy. Tom Wilkerson, you put in a role of a kind of a bad guy because he comes off like a really good guy. So it sets that kind of thing up. And all of those things, I think, were very smart moves on the part of the production, which was kind of a troubled production. And then I think the thing that really sort of sews it all up is that this is a Bryan Singer directed it, right?
Mhm.
And he made The Usual Suspects. He also has made a lot of the X-Men stuff since then, but he really managed to take all these things, and I don't know exactly how you put it. He slimmed it. This is a very it covers a lot of ground, but it's very direct and narrow, right? It's very propulsive, straightforward kind of thing. I made it work as a thriller, and I think all of those elements had to come in for it to work, including the language change.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah. Well, if you remember back, it's basically they use the same tactic that the producers did in Red October. Remember? Because
Yep, it begins in Russian.
starting in Russian, and then they kind of zoom in on Sean Connery's mouth. I think it was Connery's character, or it may have been one. It may have been the other one. But anyway, and then all of a sudden he starts talking English, and then the camera zooms back out. So it's just kind of a way to acknowledge, hey, we know these are Russians, but for the purposes of the movie, we're going to
speak English.
Imagine everything they're saying is in German.
Yeah, and the same thing is being done here with this particular film. The film actually came about because the producer, Christopher McQuarrie, was researching another project and was in Germany and visited the memorial, the memorial to these plotters and to von Stauffenberg in Berlin. And that's kind of where the genesis of, this might make an interesting movie. And it started from there. They actually did shoot, because the memorial's in the same courtyard where von Stauffenberg and all of these officers were were shot at the end as being conspirators in the plot. And the Germans were not going to allow the movie to be shot here because Tom Cruise was Scientologist. And the Germans were very suspicious of that and were like, well, we're not going to allow this to happen. And so they had to work through a lot of things to get this still done in Germany because of the suspicions they held about Tom Cruise, which was kind of interesting.
And the thing to remember there is that this was it's not just because Tom Cruise starred in the picture. This movie was made by United Artists, which was a studio that he was one of the owners of. If he's not listed as a producer, he was a de facto producer of this. So it wasn't just that he was starring in this movie that was going to be shot in Germany. It was all of those things that, I don't know, added up. The interesting thing, you mentioned Dennis McQuarrie, and I was going to mention this. He wrote this movie, and this was his first team up with Tom Cruise. He has gone on to write and direct the last three Mission
Impossible movies.
He did Edge of Edge
of Tomorrow. What a great movie.
So he and Cruise, this is what started that relationship between those two guys.
I thought one of my favorite parts is honestly, it's after the assassination attempt and the next like 20 to 30 minutes. As I thought it was a great decision to not show us the room after the explosion, because we all know, of course, that Hitler lives, but how they just leave that kind of, off to the side. And so you have all these people that are, some of them are like, this is what happened. When Cruise's character gets stopped at the barrier and he goes in and he knows the phones are down, but he pretends to be on the phone. He's like, you really want to do this? And like the moment when the typewriters, when all that is happening and all these people are suddenly raising their hand, I just thought it did a really good job of showing what those minutes, hours, however long this lasted before he talks to Goebbels. And it's like, holy crap. I thought that was a really great decision to just like, let's not show the aftermath in the room. Let's show the aftermath everywhere else.
Right. Because that was it was all about the plotting and then how they were going to execute the Valkyrie plan.
Yeah.
And so it really wasn't necessary. Yes, there is an actor who actually, plays Hitler. You do see him in a couple of scenes, but that's it. It's not really about him. It's about the plotters and how they were going to try to execute this whole thing, because there was the plan. Valkyrie was the plan that was designed for many years during the Reich of what happens in the event of the death of the Fuhrer, and how basically, I guess it'd be the Nazi National Guard was going to seize control to make sure that there was a proper, I'm using air quotes, transfer of power.
Yeah.
And if you happen to want to see what the real room looked like, just Google July 1944 assassination attempt, Hitler assassination attempt, and the picture of the room comes right up. So that's no state secret. The one thing on the second half of the movie that helped what you're talking about is not only the fact that they went immediately to the following the conspirators rather than what the aftermath with Hitler is, a change in technique that's really subtle but really works. It's all handheld after the assassination.
Oh, like a documentary almost.
Like a documentary. It's more intense. It's a little less almost stable in a way. And so after that assassination attempt, if you go back and watch it again, it goes from the steady cams and this, the long, more tradition into straight handheld for the last, I think it switched about 40 minutes left.
Okay.
I looked when I watched, and I think it was right. Isn't it right at a 2-hour movie? I think.
Yes.
And I think it was an hour and 20 minutes when it switched.
Just to add to the drama and the fast moving pieces.
It's in a sense, you saw how that worked with the Blair Witch the other couple months ago, right?
Yeah.
That handheld camera added to that sensibility of Blair Witch. Well, this one does the same thing, not the same visually, but the same idea of making it a little more intense and unstable in a way.
Kent, Severe is listening, and normally he has a very particular question about movies. He does not ask that one this week. He does ask, is it true that there were at least 3 folks impersonating Hitler?
In reality?
Yeah, in real life.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Yes. There is. Okay. You got to really want to do this, but there is a spectacularly.
Oh, you told me about this before.
Biography. It's a 2-volume thing. I can't remember the author's name, but he's from Germany. And it's like 1,000 pages total, and it is. If you're remotely interested, it's unbelievably good.
The one by Volker Ulrich.
That's it.
One? Yeah. So there's one. It's called Ascent, 1889 to 1939. And then the other one is called Downfall, 1939 to 1945. We did a movie at some point. We did a World War II movie, and Kent and I were texting about that. And each of them are like 1,000 pages. So get ready.
Okay.
Get ready to dive in deep.
By the way, did you recognize the actress who played von Stauffenberg's wife?
She looked so familiar.
That is Carice Van Houten, who played the Red Witch in Game of Thrones.
Oh,
that's why she looked so familiar.
Yes.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't recognize it because she wasn't walking around naked.
There you go. Speaking of Michael's question,
but I was
circles back.
Yes, Michael, she does, just not here.
Not in this movie. Yeah. But I was watching. I'm like, this woman looks very familiar,
and that's who it was.
And so when I looked up the cast members, I was like, aha. Now, of course, as the Red Witch, she's got red hair.
Red hair, yes, indeed.
But she actually, I believe she was actually nominated for a European Movie Award or something as part of her role in this, I think.
Oh, this thing was very well received, and it didn't get any Oscar nominations.
No.
But it was pretty well received in Europe, so I would believe that. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm looking here. Yes, Best Supporting Actress. This was in the Academy of Science Fiction.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, science fiction, fantasy, and horror films. Which is interesting. I would not have, I guess.
How this fits in there, I
have no idea.
Sometimes the Globes do weird crap where it's like, this movie, why is it a comedy? Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, The Bear has been nominated for Emmys for comedy.
It's almost like calling a music band that sounds more like Huey Lewis metal.
Do you have any specific people you're thinking about there, John?
No, nothing at all.
Not at all.
But this was good. I enjoyed it.
I really did too. Again, Kent, it's stuff that I didn't really know a whole lot about. You know, obviously I've known that there were assassination attempts. I didn't realize that like one of them got this close to happening. Yeah, I thought it was good. Really interesting too. And it makes me, as always, every time I watch a World War II movie, then I'm like, I want to do more deep dives into World War II. You know, it's always very fascinating.
There are some documentaries out there about it as well. So you can, if you cast around, you can find that. And yes, and I would like to thank John. Are you responsible for this?
Yes.
Shout out,
John. So now I know the next time I turn on Prime, my recommendations are all going to be freaking World War II movies.
We did have that stretch last year.
We did.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
We just kept picking World War II movies.
And I think it's Kent, it's a movie that I have wanted to watch for years. I think it's close to 3 hours, so I've just never got around to it. And John told me last week he's watched it, but Downfall, the one that had all the memes about Hitler, you know, from almost 20 years ago now.
And that is in German.
And I think that one is on Amazon. One of these days I'm going to watch it.
And that one's also in German.
Yes. And I'm good. I'm fine with subtitles.
English.
Yeah. Yeah. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Yeah, I'm good with little subtitles. Yeah.
All right. Next week.
Oh, yeah, it's my turn. We are going to Netflix. This movie is based off of a true story. It came out last year. I heard about it recently from my wife. Anna Kendrick stars in Woman of the Hour, which is a woman went on a episode of The Dating Game, and apparently a serial killer was, I don't know what happens on The Dating Game, but the serial killer was also on that show.
Really?
Yeah. So Netflix is where it's at, and it's only an hour and a half. So positive for you with your very, very busy week upcoming.
The Dating Game, you don't know The Dating Game? It was it was a 60s classic where you
was.
I know the name.
A young woman, and they were separated by a curved wall.
Yeah.
From 3 dudes.
Yeah, 3 bachelors.
Ask them 3 different, each of them, they did answer 2 or 3 questions, and then she'd choose the one, and then they'd send them on their date, and then they'd come back a month later and say what happened.
Yeah, they tell the story.
Pretty stupid.
It was stupid, but I mean, it was 60s, 70s TV. There was a funny Mr. Bean sketch where Mr. Bean is one of the bachelor or one of the men, and he's just acting, very Mr. Beanish. It's pretty funny. It's on YouTube if you want to see it. But anyway, all right. So that'll be next week, Woman of the Hour on Netflix. Kent, is this the week that finally Nebraska is going bowling?
I think if this isn't the week, there may not be a week.
Oh God.
Because if they fall apart here, this could be another, okay, here we go. But I don't think that's going to happen. I suspect we have a pretty easy move romp to bowl eligibility there.
Easy, Kent. Like multiple scores easy?
Like multiple scores easy.
He's the smartest person on the show every week, and you doubt me, John. You doubt me.
I didn't doubt you about Kent. I'm doubting you about you.
Very interesting.
Do you have a score, Kent?
I do. My score was 28-17.
28-17.
Nice.
Evil Kent, what say you?
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
Defense takes a step back, but the offense finally.
Huge step forward.
Yeah.
Maybe the wide receivers will actually catch a pass
Oh,
this week.
Mr. Banks. I could tweet out the picture
Evil
of my
Kent.
dog.
Are we going to do something if Evil Kent ever turns out being right?
Oh, I don't know. That
We
might
won't.
mean
We won't.
Do we have to
end is-
retire the bit?
Well, no, we won't be able to do anything because if Evil Kent is ever right, that's the seventh sign.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's the end of the universe, right?
And
there.
then that's it.
Apocalypse is here.
That's
Yep.
one of the seals.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Revelation, the book of
So
Revelation.
it actually would be appropriate if Evil Kent was right this week because it means the Huskers won't be going bowling.
Yeah,
No one will be going bowling.
Mhm,
there
mhm.
you go. Oh,
All right. Well, there you have it. There's the movie club this week. Kent, as always, great fun and look forward to. Well, wait. Next week.
Oh, wait, no. It's not next week. It's 2 weeks from now.
Yes.
Kent's gone next week.
Yes.
2 weeks.
Next week, Kent's
there
out.
you
So
go. I forgot too. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm gone next week. So 2
Yes.
weeks.
yes,
And,
this movie is for 2 weeks from now.
Are you going to be up in the lovely press box tomorrow?
I will not. Actually, Josh and I will be together tomorrow. We were watching the game here in Omaha with our friends at Cross Strain
Yeah.
Brewing, and then we're doing the post-game show right afterwards. So I'll be driving to Omaha while the whole rest of the world will be driving to Lincoln.
Well, you boys enjoy a very late game or late night because, as we know, what are we going to get? We're going to get a BTN 6500 commercial special.
Let's run the ball, Kent. Let's run the ball. Let's get out of here in 3 hours.
UCLA doesn't run the ball.
Damn it. Come on, UCLA.
Oh, Kent. Oh, why did you have to remind me?
They're in
Oh,
LA.
you're right. It is.
Hey, at least
the
it's not on
BTN.
FS1. I feel like FS1 has way more commercials.
Well, they're
I
all
don't
on the
know.
same-
BTN's pretty bad. This game is
Rats.
2:30.
You know what?
We
need to keep track of it.
You'll be reacting about 7.
Great.
Goodbye, Kent. See you later. I just said you were smart, and now you say this.
Bye, Kent.
See you, Kent.
Bye, Kent.
Kent, welcome out of the Lincoln Journal-Star. All right, One Beer Friday's closing in. We've got some games of the week in college football. We got to get our keys to Nebraska and UCLA.
Wow, so many things.
So many things, so little time. Let's get it started next on 1620 The Zone. The Swedish rock band,
Oh!
some might say a yacht rock band, Ghost,
Not even close.
is coming to Omaha next summer, and you have a chance to win tickets before you can buy them. They actually go on sale today.
They're on sale?
So I guess you can't win them before you can buy because now you can buy them.
But you can still win
you
them.
Have been able to win them before you could buy them earlier this week, but Nick still has another pair. But find out more at 1620thezone.com.
Stay
Keep your
tuned
ears open.
for Nick's hilariously worded question that could allow you to win tickets.
Mm-hmm.
I look forward to it. I don't know when it's going to happen.
Or the question that he asked that he is sure he's going to get the right answer, and he has to go through a dozen calls before.
That was a funny 3 minutes yesterday.
It's on Wikipedia. It's right there.
It was a funny 3
so
minutes.
easy
Yes,
to
make
find.
sure when you go to Wiki, you go under the yacht rock section.
And you'll find them.
John,
Ghost.
you doing this makes you sound worse.
Yes, it makes me sound worse.
It's a bad look for you.
It's a terrible
It's
look
the
for
worst
me.
thing I
know
think
many
any of
people
us
when
have
they
said
hear
on the
Ghost,
show today.
they think, "Oh my God, this is metal."
Yacht rock.
There's so many different genres of metal. I don't know why you can't wrap
There's
your head
many.
around that.
There's many different genres of yacht rock.
Many genres on many
There's
sides.
big yachts. There's medium.
Have we heard their
rocks,
commercial
there's
yet
little
today?
rocks.
I can't wait to hear it so we can jam out like we're on boats.
Well, we've got some great games coming up this weekend in college football, and none of them kicking off after 7 p.m.
Man, this
Central
blows.
Time.
This sucks.
This is your sport, the one you keep advocating for, Josh.
Yes, it is my sport. The greatest sport. No, I mean, the NFL's greater, but it's a great sport nonetheless.
Let's start with the biggest game, Ohio State, Penn State, because it's kicking off big noon. We found out today Drew Aller sounds like he is going to play. Sounds like he is going to play.
But is that a good thing given how Mr. Bo Pribula did last week versus Wisconsin? The offense changed a little bit with him on the field, a little more mobility to his game, averaging 6.3 yards per carry on the season, has a touchdown on the ground. That's, I mean, I say that kind of in jest. I just never come away super impressed by Drew Aller as a quarterback.
Yeah.
He reminds me of Hackenberg in a lot of ways, honestly. He's good, though. He's definitely solid. This is going to come down to that Ohio State run game, in my opinion. I mean, we had that great graphic earlier from Bill Connolly, how much Ohio State struggled versus Nebraska last week. Is that going to happen again? They're going up against a really, really good defense in Penn State. So if that happens again, like I think it's going to be tough for them, especially given that they're playing in Happy Valley.
Well, I think about the other part of the matchup, and that is against the pass. You've got two really good edge defenders in Carter and Dennis Sutton. Now, not sure if Dennis Sutton is going to play. He's still a bit questionable. But Penn State has the 9th best pass rush win rate in college football, top 15 in pass rush grade and in pressure rate. And when Will Howard faces pressure, he is 6th worst facing pressure. And we saw a little bit of that last week. Now, while, his numbers weren't bad, he was sacked twice. And this Nebraska sack rate, given the low number of pass attempts, was actually pretty good. And with Ohio State having those issues at left tackle, and now they're down to a third tackle where they've had to move a guard around to, try to hold things up. Yeah, watching Ohio State's offense against this Penn State defense certainly does hold the key. I think the other thing that holds the key in this is how this game starts. Penn State has gotten off to slow starts this season. They got off to a slow start against USC in the game they almost lost. They have gotten off to slow. It was even kind of a slow start in the very first game against West Virginia before they really blew things open in the second half.
Yeah.
They're just 50th in the country in EPA per play in the first quarters of games. Meanwhile, Ohio State has actually gotten off to really good starts on defense. So,
interesting,
especially on the road, I think if Ohio State can get off to a good start, I think it holds very well for them. But if Penn State can, maybe get an early score, get a first quarter score, because they only have 24 points in the first quarter this season. Penn State does.
Yeah.
If they could get a score, if they could get 7 to 10 points in the first quarter, I think it would be huge for them. And this Ohio State team, which, has to be feeling right now that maybe a little bit of confidence shaken, coming off a loss, a near miss against Nebraska, now going on the road to a team who's definitely motivated to beat them. I think a fast start here by Penn State could be big, big, big trouble for Ohio State.
Yeah, and throw in one more player, too, and I'm going back to the Penn State offense. Tyler Warren, if you have not seen this guy at tight end this year, he is tremendous. Number 44, he had a real spectacular catch versus USC early in that game, if I remember right. He only has 4 touchdowns on the year, but 559 yards, 47 catches. He has double the catches of the next closest player, wide receiver Harrison Wallace. He has not close to double, but he has almost 600 receiving yards, and Wallace only has 350. He's averaging about 12 yards per catch. Really, really solid tight end. And so he'll be one of those players that I'm going to be keeping an eye on in this one, especially given, what we know or don't know about Drew Aller at this point in time.
Another good game in the noon window is on ESPN. It's Ole Miss at Arkansas, and this is an elimination game for Ole Miss.
If they lose, yeah.
They've got to win out if they want to keep their dreams alive of being in the college football playoff. Ole Miss, they beat up on non-conference opponents earlier this year, but since things have moved over into SEC play, their offensive line has been bad.
Dude, their whole offense, the number of points that they scored in the preseason, it kind of felt that way, right? In the non-conference, in a way, they remind me of Tennessee a little bit. 76, 52, 40, and 52. Those were the points that they put up versus Furman, MTSU, Wake, and then Georgia Southern. But look at what they have done since. 17 in a loss to Kentucky, 27 in a win over South Carolina, 26 in a loss versus LSU, and only 26 in that win over Oklahoma in their most recent game. I had them in the playoff. I had them in the national championship. They're certainly not going to do that. I am not very impressed with this team. And you're right, though. Elimination game if they lose. The big one for them is going to be next week versus Georgia. But for that game to matter for them, they have to win versus an Arkansas team that has really surprised me this year. 5-3 under Sam Pittman. I thought he might be one of the first coaches fired, potentially. There was a lot of rumblings in the offseason about the money being moved around with the big-time boosters down in Fayetteville. Not so much. They got that great win over Tennessee. They only lost by 4 to A&M. In a weird way, the loss to Oklahoma State from earlier in the year is definitely not aging very well, but if they played them now, I think they would win. Can they get one more pelt? Right now, ranked teams they have left, Ole Miss, Texas, and Missouri, with a La Tech game in there too. Could they get one more of those? All they got to do is win one more game to go to a bowl game, and they're certainly going to do that with Louisiana Tech on the schedule.
On the other side of the matchup, Ole Miss has had one of the best front sevens in all of college football. Their overall Pro Football Focus grade is 92.6 in the front seven. That's the highest in the FBS against Arkansas with a really, really good rushing attack. I saw the total on this game is in the 50s. I think an underplay might be a good play here. 54.5 is the total. Ole Miss is favored by 7.5 at Arkansas. But a very intriguing game.
Yeah.
Getting later in the day, Oregon at Michigan. Michigan has played,
Dude, we talk about Michigan games every
just
week,
played
don't we?
merry-go-round with the quarterbacks. They brought Davis Warren, their original day one starter, back. And while they won last week and
very surprising to me. I did not think that they were going to win.
This is a very offensively challenged team against an Oregon team right now that, is clicking on all cylinders.
Yep.
But this will certainly be a challenge. Michigan does have a solid defense. It is good against the run. It's leading the country in the pass rush grade, according to Pro Football Focus. If there is a weak spot with Oregon, sometimes the offensive line is suspect, but they rose to the occasion 2 weeks ago against Ohio State, famously not allowing a sack. But with this game being a 2-touchdown spread, I would be really surprised if Michigan can keep this close because I just don't think they have enough firepower.
Yeah, think about all the sacks that Oregon gave up in the first 2 games of the season. I believe the number was 7 total. Maybe it was more than that. They have only given up 10, though, in the entire season. Now they're in the top 30 in sacks allowed this year, and this was one of the best teams in the country. Last year, they only gave up 5 all season, and they have figured out their offense and their offensive line to the point where, is their best better than anyone else's best? I don't think that I would go that far, but their floor is very, very high. They have definitely been the most consistent team in the country, and that's why they're number 1 right now, because after they played with their food in the first couple of weeks, and the win against Boise definitely doesn't look that bad in hindsight, given what we know about their team and their run game in particular, and Ashton Jeanty doing what he did versus them. He's doing that to pretty much everyone else. I continue to come away very impressed by the Ducks. This is the stretch of the schedule where we could get an answer on, is the travel going to get to everybody, or is it just the lesser teams? Because they flew cross country to play Purdue a couple weeks ago. They're playing Michigan tomorrow. 2 weeks from tomorrow, they'll also play at Wisconsin and Madison. So, like, if they're going to get bit, which is definitely possible because they do have margin for error, they're going to get bit. I think it's going to be on one of these cross country trips. That said, like, we've watched Michigan, man. They're not what they were last year. It's a lesser talented team. The quarterback situation is a tire fire. And you're right, the defense is good, but the defense is also taking a big step back too.
The world's largest outdoor cocktail party at 2:30, Georgia and Florida in Jacksonville.
Speaking of another coach that we thought was going to get fired in Billy Napier, and is he a win away from like keeping his job for another year?
Well, here's the deal.
Tell me more.
Their next 4 games are this one, Texas on the road, host LSU, and host Ole Miss.
Brutal, man. Brutal.
You're talking 4 playoff contending teams in a row.
Yeah.
And you need to win one of those 4 and then beat Florida State to get to 6.
They can definitely do the latter. Can they do one of the former?
That's going to be asking an awful lot.
I think they could get LSU.
That is asking an awful lot. DJ Lagway is going to be the key.
Yep.
This is now, with the recent slump by Dylan Raiola, DJ Lagway has been the highest grading freshman quarterback in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And since he came into the lineup, Florida's been a little bit more stout, a little bit more dangerous. And you wonder where the Bulldogs are right now, because Carson Beck, he's had his ups and downs this season. This could be a good game for him, though, because Florida doesn't have a great secondary. They're only 78th in the country, and if you take out their game against Samford, they're like bottom 3rd in the country in coverage grade. So this could be a big game for Carson Beck. But it's a rivalry game. You never know what to expect.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get some weird things in a rivalry game.
I heard a theory earlier this week. I can't remember who it was by, but Kirby Smart played at Georgia, and in the era in which he played at Georgia, they were losing a lot to Florida. And Florida loved, in the Spurrier era, they love piling on the points versus anybody, right? But they really loved sticking it to Georgia. And so the theory is, this is the team, actually, more than any of the other rivals, that Kirby likes sticking it to just a little bit more. I think they love rubbing it in their face. They're always a team that they're going to recruit against. So, what are they, 14.5-point favorites? It seems a little short to me. Seems a little short for the Georgia Bulldogs. We're still talking.
Because there's one more game I want to feature, and it's the other ranked versus ranked game, and it's on the ACC network.
Hell yeah, baby. SMU versus Pitt.
Pitt, 7.5-point dogs. SMU last week needed a blocked field goal and then a stop on a 2-point conversion in overtime to survive. Now, they did turn it over 6 times on the road at Duke and still managed to win the game. The good news is we found out this morning that SMU quarterback Kevin Jennings will play. He was questionable all this week, but it was announced this morning that he should be good to go. And the Panthers, this is a team that's been it's undefeated. Now the question is, who have they been?
Well, how about last week? What did they have? 200. I think the exact number was 216 yards in the win over Syracuse. But they dominated. Go look at the score. You'd say, how in the world? Nick, here's what you would say. How in the world did they win by that many points with that few yards? Because they had 3 pick sixes, which is ridiculous, right? Now they're going on the road. They're flying halfway across the country. We'll do this game in predictions, right? So I won't give my my pick away here. But look, a couple of super fun stories. Pitt undefeated this late in the season for the first time in God knows how many years. SMU, this is year 1. Year 1 in this league, and they're undefeated in conference play. Both of these teams control their own destiny. Well, no, never mind, because Clemson and Miami are undefeated too. One of these teams Pitt controls their own destiny because they play Clemson.
Correct.
So they control their own destiny. Fascinating matchup. What a weird conference matchup.
Yes, but when I think ACC, I think teams located in Pittsburgh and Dallas.
Yep.
Right there with the Atlantic Ocean just outside their bedroom window.
Just like when I think of metal, I think of poppy, fun, excitable music. Nick?
It's a type of metal. But yes, Ghost. So I felt bad yesterday after that question that I didn't think was going to be that hard ended up being that hard. So I'm going to run it back today.
Okay.
The same question? Wait, you're going to ask the same question?
Hold on, John. Ghost, as you guys are well aware by now, is a theatrical band full of characters and many
A
stories
lot of
and
accordions,
lore.
string instruments.
There is not accordions or string
Is there a
instruments.
cello?
Well, there is
Cello.
string
You were all
instruments.
cello.
Maybe a flute
There
or
might be a
two.
cello. Cello works really
Some nice
well in metal.
woodwinds.
Throughout the story, the lore of Ghost,
The lore.
they have had many different lead singers.
Yeah.
402-951-1620. Tell me how many lead singers the band Ghost has had
Isn't that what he asked yesterday?
Monday.
Yes, that Monday.
You can't ask the same
Yes,
question.
I can. I'm going to. And I did. I'm making it easy
Are
for
there
people.
this few many people that want to see ghosts that you have to recycle a
Nick,
question?
this is a soft ass question. We could have come up with a better question than.
Okay, fine. Come up with a better question.
How many letters are in the word ghost?
There you go.
Or no. This is your top. This is yours. This is yours. This Nick's the one that's excited about this. Let him ask his question.
You can ask this question.
How many lead singers has the band Ghost had?
And if it takes too many calls, then we'll ask my secondary question.
How many letters are in the word ghost?
402.
Keena says
951-1620.
Nick phoning it in to see if people will phone in.
I guess that is one way to phone it in.
It is.
You can win tickets to Ghost, which is not until next August.
That's great. I love planning. This is a contest for me.
It's good to plan ahead.
Oh, is it, John? Meanwhile, when I say I'm having fried chicken on December 18th, you're like,
Well, that's weird.
Is it?
Well, yeah, when you're having fried chicken, are you going to an arena to do it and, taking up half of your day?
I could.
Think so.
Star Wars Fiend says, thank you, Nick, for all your hard work answering the phones.
Well, call now and answer Nick's question. How many lead singers have been in the band Ghost? 402-951-1620. We will be back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick,
Well, we almost had to ask my question.
well, the funny part is your question and Nick's question had the same answer.
They did.
What was the answer, Nick?
5.
5 letters in the word ghost and 5
letters.
singers in the lore.
They have 4 Papa Emeriti, and 1 Cardinal Copia, I think is Copia?
Cardinal.
Yeah, he's
like,
a cardinal.
Like Catholicism?
Yeah. Oh, that's their whole bit. It's like
They're Catholics?
No, it's like a religious kind of anti-religious kind of satanic kind of thing.
Oh.
In the lore, not the band themselves, just the lore.
Interesting.
The story of the band.
Speaking of lore, one of the lores of the radio show, since the beginning of time, this show, before you and me, back in the good old days when it was Kevin and Michael, though the old heads will remember Kevin and Bob, has been Kent Walgamont joining us on a Friday.
Yeah, he's been a regular. Yeah.
For 24 years, he's been a regular.
Yeah.
Well, Noah ain't a fan, John. Noah writes on YouTube, love you guys. Thank you, Noah. But my God, the movie club segment is the stupidest thing ever. Fridays when people are getting off work and excited to drink beer and watch sports, and bang, here's us discussing a movie. Noah followed up. So damn stupid. Nobody cares about your thoughts on some random movie. This is a damn sports show. But how about this from Sam? Not going to lie, I love the movie club. Possibly best segment. I actually wish it was about a 40 to 45 minute podcast that Kent did. I love hearing about the history, tidbits, and time capsule storytelling he has.
Also, Kent has somehow done everything. He's got a story for every single thing.
Has a story for everything.
So,
hey, Noah, thanks for listening. But we ain't going nowhere.
Noah, we've been breaking down this damn football game all frickin' week.
Yeah, we'll do it a little bit more coming up.
And we'll do it even more.
Uh-huh.
I mean, here's a sports show. Okay.
We're a talk show that sometimes talks about sports.
I mean, heck, when you think about how long the movie review segment and the movie magic game that immediately followed it,
R.I.P.
Man, they talked less sports
on Fridays
back in the day on Fridays before a Husker game than we do.
Yeah,
now.
we give you.
Yeah, we had to come in here and usurp the olds and say, hey, we need more sports on this show and less.
Let's do that. Let's make a political ad. You think that the Kevin and Michael era talked sports, but did you remember that they played a movie game on Fridays? Is that the unsportsmanlike conduct you want? I'm Josh Peterson, and I approve this
They
message.
spent a whole damn hour once arguing over whether it should be called the Galactic Empire of Food or the Federation of Food.
I don't know. Maybe somebody would have the answer to that
well,
question.
it's time for Point Counterpoint with the host of Severe Reaction, Michael Severe.
Michael!
Okay, that's not even why I'm calling. I'm calling to congratulate you two. Because you finally made it.
Oh?
I mean, that exact text or email
YouTube
or phone call came in probably once a month about Kent and that segment.
Yep.
Every time.
Yep.
We did the segment. Obviously, we had the movie. Then we did movie magic. So it was about 45-minute segment total.
Oh yeah.
And people would call and go, "I'm just getting off work. And what am I going to hear? I'm hearing about some movie and you're playing some stupid game and I can't even hear the clues. It's so stupid." So congratulations for reaching the stupid level.
We made it
out there. Nice job making it. And it was just the Federation of Food, which was the only really choice we had. Whatever the other choice was ridiculous. It was just Federation of Food because the alliteration, it worked great. FOF was awesome. I mean,
I did like the Federation of Food. I did like the Federation.
It works best. But congratulations on that. Yes, Kent was obviously around before me.
Yeah,
he was on with Bob. And when I first moved here, my wife, then girlfriend, then fiance, we would listen to the segment. Whatever movie he reviewed, we would go see that movie, and whatever the then food reviewer at the Omaha World Herald had as their review, we would go to that restaurant. That was our routine every Friday night.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
Nice
we're helping bring families together, and then Miles and Logan came along. So you're welcome.
Oh,
Miles and Logan exist simply because of
Kent Walgamont.
Kent Walgamont.
Well, yeah, probably that, and trips to St. Paul and that seedy hotel they have there. Hey, you guys have a great weekend. I can't wait to hear the pregame show when I'm driving. Well, no, that's a lie. I'll be at Lincoln before you guys come on with the pregame show.
We're not doing a pregame show.
show.
We're doing a watch party, and then we're doing the postgame show.
Wait, that's not a pregame? I thought you guys were going to actually do.
No, we're hanging out. We're chilling.
No, we're just chilling to watch the
sit there
game.
and not do anything and just collect money and steal from the station?
What do you mean?
We're not getting paid for the watch party.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not.
We're doing it out of the goodness of our own heart.
Yeah.
I doubt that very truly. But yeah, so we used to, back in the day, we would go to a bar before the game.
Yeah.
And we would do a little pregame thing. And then, so now, take back my congratulations. You've completely lost the congratulations now because you're just going to go sit
We're
there.
going to watch the game, and then we're doing it in a postgame show. Crazy. I was going to say, listen to Michael Sunday morning at 8 a.m. for severe reaction.
Go to church.
I ain't saying that now. Yep, go to church. Grab the Sunday paper. Keep your radio turned off. Go out, pick up some leaves.
There you
walk the dog.
And re-listen to Bigger Overreaction that John and I will be on.
Yeah. But don't listen to severe reaction at 8 a.m. Sunday morning.
Because this whole week, I've just been getting murdered for my random takes on Satterfield. So, yeah, I'm sure no one's going to be listening on Sunday anymore. They're going to be mad at me about that. So that's fine.
All right.
Nice.
That'll work.
All right, Michael. Have a good one.
Thank you, Michael.
We'll be listening on Sunday.
I mean, I guess Nick could record us on camera for 2 seconds. We could talk about the game, and you could put it on YouTube. And there you go. There's our pregame show. John, what's going to happen?
A football game.
Boom. Pregame, baby.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
There's still time. Get your picks in for $25,000 4-quarter pick'em. Your piece of $25,000 that we've been giving away over a course of 10 weeks. This is the 8th week. So this week, next week, and the week after that, and that's it. So you've got to get in now.
Yeah.
So you can win this week's prize of $2,500. Go to 1620thezone.com and just pick the 10 games. Literally, it could be a minute of your time max, unless you still have dial-up internet. If you do, then I can't quote how much time it's going to take you, but it doesn't take long. Pick the 10 games. If you win, $2,500 are yours. You can get your picks in right now at 1620thezone.com. When we come back, it is time for a One Beer Friday brought to you by Cross Train, which is where we will be for tomorrow's not pregame show, but watch party.
Watch party.
And postgame show.
And we're not getting paid for the watch party. So we're doing this because we love you.
The people.
The people. The most important voice of all.
Yours.
That's the one.
And one thing we have not discussed when it comes to this game is the weather and the return of Eric the Enemy.
Uh-oh.
We'll have that, the trends, key party, predictions, and a One Beer Friday next on 1620 The Zone. tomorrow there's an opportunity, a golden opportunity. For the first time in 7 years, Nebraska could become bowl eligible. All it takes is one more win. One more win. One! They have 4 games left. Why, then, are we so worried about 6 wins when there's still 4 games left? They have 4 more opportunities. Well, tomorrow presents perhaps the best opportunity. It's against UCLA, a program that Nebraska's had a lot of history with. And I can't think of a better time on a One Beer Friday to remind folks that, yes, it is a Friday, and it is a great night for football.
University of Nebraska football is on the air.
Cook in the pocket with plenty of protection. Now the pocket collapses and he's sacked. Dwayne Cook goes down in a heap. Dwayne Harris and Terry Keneally get fighting.
You can feel it in the air, like lightning on the edge of the night.
Penn State walks it up.
You can feel it everywhere. There's a party time all over tonight.
Dante Dowdell puts the big red in front.
Friday night, a great night for football.
Roya end zone caught. Touchdown UCLA.
Friday night, a great night for football.
Touchdown, Siemens City.
And the sit down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a big night of football night.
Touchdown Buckeyes.
You know everybody needs full body contact once in a while.
Touchdown Nebraska. The Huskers just went 99 yards.
You got to grab the chance to run wild. Friday night, a great night for football.
Pass is intercepted. Malcolm Hart's up with a pick.
Tennis Titans ready to do it. Friday night, a great night for football.
Touchdown Amon Green.
Sit back and relax and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football night.
3rd and 2. Nebraska's over the ball in the eye with Rozier at the top of the eye.
In this prime-time jungle,
Flips off to Rozier.
every tumble is a rumble.
He's running back around the field.
Every seat's the 50-yard line.
He's trying to get away.
And a cheer to have a good time.
He's looking for blockers. He turns upfield. He's going to run a touchdown. Touchdown. Holy cow. Man, woman, and child. I got to tell you, folks, you never saw anything like it. Shades of Bobby Reynolds in 1950.
Friday night, a great night of football. The Cats and the Stallions are ready to do it. Friday night, a great night for football.
It was a magnificent, unbelievable run, and it ought to be shown all across America. And if that wouldn't get him the Heisman, nothing would.
Yeah, we put the Friday anthem here to start One Beer Friday. Get you pumped up. Is that good enough for you, Noah? That's what you wanted, right? You wanted more sports, right? Well, this is sports. Lots of sports, and it's Friday, and it's football. And this is what we do on Fridays with football.
Yeah. Are you ready for this weekend, the first weekend of November? It's a One Beer Friday presented by Cross Strain Brewing, and they brought us some new tastes.
Oh,
new tastes for the fall.
I like that description.
Yeah, new taste from Doug, the GM there at Cross Strain. They got a new tropical stout that Nick is trying. It's called Yippee
Skippy.
It's also known as a black IPA. It will be dark like a stout, have deep chocolate notes, but we dry hop it like an IPA, so it will finish with notes of orange and citrus.
I taste the notes of orange and citrus, but it is dark.
They have also come out with Dunkel Breakin' My Heart.
Get it?
Dark German lager with notes of caramel, toffee, and chocolate. And I have the Rising Hope Mango Hazy IPA. This is a yearly beer that they do for pediatric cancer research. Cross-Strain and many other craft brewers across the country do an original collaboration, and it funds the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. 100% of the proceeds go back to pediatric cancer, and this is the 4th year they have done it. So I, as the father of a child cancer survivor,
let's go. Shout out to Christian.
I'm going to enjoy the Rising Hope.
And
Hazy
then
IPA. It's very good.
I wasn't drinking when we got this one a little bit earlier this year. The Berenstain beer from Cross-Strain. This is like fall in a can.
I like that one.
For me, a Vienna lager. Very good. Good name. Good can. Good looks. Keena writes, can Nick
can't
make...
just say good can.
Good can.
Nice cans.
Nice cans. Keena asks, can Nick make a version of this song that's Friday night's a great night for movies, and it's just clips of El Kent?
Oh.
That'd be nice, and then we could send the MP3 to
I don't know if we can get old Bill Medley or whoever did the song to. I don't know if he's
as long as the Cats and the Stallions are still ready to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, they always are.
Nick, in the Red Bull fridge there, I put some treats in there for us. Let's get those bad boys out too. We had a Halloween meeting today, and look at what we have. We've got
my favorite candy
and the best form of Reese's, the perfect mix of the chocolate and the peanut butter.
John, the eggs aren't out yet. We have a few.
No, this is the perfect one.
Easter
right
is in April, John.
Michael, and they got to be chilled.
They do. That's true.
Because these suckers melt so easily.
Mm-hmm.
Chilled Reese's cups are the best.
I used to disagree with that take. I have changed my tune.
I put mine in the freezer.
More of a see. I don't like it that cold.
Yeah,
I don't like it that cold because then it's
honestly. I mean,
I like
this in that little Red Bull refrigerator because I had one of these last night from the freezer. Same thing.
I think Reese's is the only chocolate that you can still eat right out of the freezer because everything else is too hard. But
like
Reese's
Snickers,
Snickers sucks out of the freezer, but everything else it just works.
Thank you.
Well,
John.
that's because the peanut butter doesn't get super hard, and the chocolate's just a thin chocolate layer. Again, the perfect mix of the chocolate and the peanut butter.
By the way, if you want to,
and it goes great with this Rising Hope IPA.
It also goes really well with the Yippee Skippy.
It also goes well with the Berenstain Bear. Michael asked,
Cross-Strain, the best beer to eat chocolate with.
Are you going to let Nick drink the dark one? I mean, remember earlier?
Yeah, good point.
Racist.
Good point.
Michael sent me a GIF.
Oh, did he?
Over Twitter of that little kid saying that's racist.
Mm-hmm.
Classic. Also, a reminder, given that it is a One Beer Friday, and it is brought to you by Cross-Train, two things for you. One, join us tomorrow. We will be there for the game. We're doing a watch party, and we'll be doing overreaction there as well. But also, let us know what you are drinking with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and Nick will hit you up later. If you are a winner, you could win $25, which you could then... Can't imagine we'll give you the prize by tomorrow, but either way, you'll get the prize, and you could stop by Cross-Train regardless.
Yeah.
And enjoy.
You're not getting it by tomorrow.
You're not getting it by tomorrow, says Nick.
We're going to be there to watch the game and then do Big Red Overreaction right after the game at Cross-Train. It's on Portal Road, just south of Giles in La Vista.
Nice.
Saw this tweet last night. This is from a Twitter account called Arrogant Nation. It's a picture of all of this Halloween candy scattered about the table. You know how the kids that come back, they empty out the bucket and all the Halloween candy scattered all over the place. And on top of the Halloween candy are 2 UCLA football tickets.
Oh.
To which Arrogant Nation writes, parents, please check your kids' Halloween candy. A friend found 2 UCLA tickets in a kid's bag. Be careful out there.
Well
this,
played.
Of course, a flashback to when I was growing up, and there was
it, razor blades?
Yeah, it was like people are putting razor blades in the chocolate bars.
And now isn't the new panic that they're putting edibles in there? Which is like, why would you waste edibles?
Those are so expensive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
kid won't know what to do with it.
Yeah,
so, UCLA catching some strays.
I
here.
saw a version of this tweet earlier where it was New York Jets or Giants tickets.
Oh, nobody wants those.
No one really wants those either.
No.
We need to do another update because we've not talked about this as much this week. No, not the Echo.
We did that yesterday with
not
the radar
the Echo,
charts.
the weather.
Weckle.
The weather. Let's see if anything has changed here from the National Weather Service. Right now, it looks like rain chances increase after 10 a.m. This is in Lincoln tomorrow. 65% around kickoff time, and basically bouncing in and around the range of 70 to 75% during the game. So the chance of having at least some moisture during the 3-hour window of college football is pretty good. That there will be some rain.
Yeah. Wonder how that affects them.
How much you got a UCLA team
It does
that
rain
does not run the ball well and will pass it a lot.
Yep.
A Nebraska team that, if they follow the same pattern as a lot of UCLA opponents, UCLA, remember, if you remember the Heckle the Eckle segment from yesterday, UCLA is the number one team in the country in facing more passes off schedule than runs, because they're good at the run stop. They're poor at stopping the pass. So teams tend to throw it more against them. Also, there's going to be some winds out of the southeast and could have gusts into the 20-mile-an-hour range. So it's not going to be a great day throwing the football tomorrow if this forecast holds. You wonder how much of this does affect the play on both sides.
Dumb question.
Perfect.
Does it rain more in LA than it does here?
No.
Okay.
There's famously a song that says it never rains in Southern California. Actually, when it does
See,
rain in Southern California, it's a monsoon and it floods everything. But yeah, it doesn't rain a ton.
Every time I heard that song, I assumed it was a metaphor. I didn't think it was. I never took it literally.
Yeah. No, you don't see a lot of, not many sporting events in the rain in California.
No, and I mean, the thing is, Nebraska has not played in the elements this year, right? The wind.
The wind.
It was
They
very
played in the
windy.
wind.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been so bad if it wasn't for the wind, but they've not played in a rain game. Ball protection will be of the utmost importance for a Nebraska team that did a great job in terms of holding on to it in the first month of the season and had a horrible October in terms of the number of turnovers, especially from Dylan Raiola, who had 0 touchdown passes in October and multiple interceptions.
Let me throw out one more thing. This will be the return to Memorial Stadium of one Eric Bieniemy, who once upon a time, a reader to the Omaha World Herald wrote a letter
So funny.
criticizing Kent Pavelka for insulting one of the Colorado football players in the 1990 game by calling him Eric the Enemy.
Mm-hmm.
We, of course, know his real name is Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah.
This poor person was
Hey, the AM
misguided.
band, it's not always the best.
It can't be. But Bieniemy, who famously was part of the 1990 team or 1990 games, the 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, coming back, beating Nebraska. He then came back to Colorado as a running backs coach in 2001 and 2002, both games won by Colorado.
Yep.
So he's had a good record. And Gary Barnett, friend of the Grum, who joined us earlier this year.
Nice get, Nick.
When we when we had him on for Colorado Week, he was on the Hail Varsity radio yesterday and said about Eric Bieniemy, I can say there's a bunch of explicatives coming out of Eric Bieniemy's mouth this week. He is going to bring the Nebraska rivalry from Colorado to that UCLA locker room. I can guarantee you that.
Interesting.
We have not really talked about Eric Bieniemy, but
no.
He is a graduate of the Bill McCartney School, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who famously made Nebraska the rival and ginned up a lot of the angst and the hate between the two teams that still carries to this day. You do wonder, with the bye week, more time to focus on this game, to revel in the win over Rutgers, if there might be a little more spice to this game than you would anticipate.
In a Nebraska-UCLA game.
Especially from the UCLA offense, given that Bieniemy is coordinating that offense. And he would like nothing more than to shock the Huskers again in a stadium where he's never lost.
100%. And one of the things that Nebraska is going to have going for it in this matchup with him as the coordinator, like, he is a really good coordinator.
Yeah.
I guess I do wonder how good. I just said he's a really good coordinator. I do, though, have some questions about how good of a coordinator he can ultimately be over the course of many years, because famously, of course, he was in Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes. Andy Reid is the play caller there. His offense right now, up and down the metrics, not very highly thought of. It's just not really having a whole lot of success. Success rate ranks 113th according to Parker Fleming's numbers, 133rd in terms of rushing success rate, only 66th in terms of passing success rate. And we remember here 20 years ago this season when Nebraska hired an NFL head coach, and we saw the struggles. Now, that was certainly a square peg round hole type situation with the option offense moving to the West Coast offense. But let's not forget that the last few years, UCLA has been recruiting and operating a Chip Kelly offense, which is much different than a traditional West Coast offense. So we'll see long term what the Eric Bieniemy offense can look like with the Bruins, but at least right now, it's been in fits and starts. And how much of the Rutgers game was a Rutgers team that is banged up at this point in time? How much of it was them finding something? We'll probably get more of an answer in this final month of the season for UCLA as they finish up the year. But they've look, until that game, they were always scoring in the teens. They were not putting up a whole lot of points. That was the one breakthrough that they finally were able to have.
Certainly tomorrow is the opportunity to win the 6th game and the bowl drought, which is the longest in the Power 4. Question.
Answer.
I asked you in the last 10 November home games, how many wins does Nebraska have? In the last 10 November home games.
Man, John. I'm trying to think of, I guess I've been thinking about this too long for a while. I bet that the answer is going to be, it's either 1 or 2. I'm going to say 2.
The answer is 1.
Is it the Michigan State game in 2018?
No, it's the Penn State game in 2020.
Okay. I wondered how far back that number went.
As I was looking for, bet gambling trends, and we'll get to those in just a moment. Yeah, Nebraska's November home record since 2019 is 1-9.
Yeah, because they have not won.
And the only win against Penn State, that was a game that probably would have been played in October had the regular schedule been played and not the adjusted COVID schedule that we got from the Big Ten.
Yeah.
That's probably the only reason that game was played in November.
Yeah, so think about that stat. That they were winless last year, which we obviously knew because they went 0-4 at the end of the season. In 2022, their only win in the month of November was the road win at Iowa. Go back to 2021. Well, that team won their last 6 games, so it couldn't have been that year. So then I was trying to figure out, is it the COVID year or is it in 2018? Because 2019, the only win that they had in the back half of the season was on the road at Maryland. That is a wild stat. And that goes back to the day fight number that I quoted a little bit earlier, where they've only won 3 games now in this month, going back obviously further than this. It has been tough sledding. And look at some of the scores of these games. They lose by 3 points to Iowa and Maryland last year. They lose by a point to Wisconsin.
Yeah, their last
2022.
3 November home games have been decided by 7 points, and Nebraska lost all 3 of them.
Yeah, and I mean, look a little bit further back. Minnesota in 22, 7 points. Go back to 2021. It's the 7-point loss to Iowa. It's the 9-point loss to Ohio State. You got to go back to 2020. When they got reverse covered against Illinois and lost by 18, to find a true ass kicking at home in the month of November. It has, it's been really, really tough. It's been really, really tough. This would seem to be, when you take into account Nebraska and the opponent, I mean, certainly the best chance to win one of these games since the Illinois game. Now I know how that one went for them. But this would seem to be the best chance that they have had, because in all the other ones, they were either dogs or short favorites.
All right, trends, and then we'll get to our key party in the next segment. Series history, Nebraska leads at 7-6. Got a good history with UCLA, if you think about it.
Oh, yeah.
Even since, 1972, UCLA famously ended Bob Devaney and Nebraska's win streak. I believe it was 32 games. Then the following year, it was Tom Osborne's first win was against UCLA. Then you fast forward, 10 or so years, the Mike Rozier run that was featured there in the Friday anthem. 1984, Nebraska was the number 1 team in the country, went to the Rose Bowl, blew out UCLA. About 6 years later, Troy Aikman. Nebraska took out Troy Aikman with a 5-touchdown effort by Steve Taylor. The next year, Aikman and the Bruins got revenge. Fast forward 10 years. The game in the Rose Bowl, tight game, 2-point win for the Huskers. The following year, first ever game with the Husker Vision and the Tunnel Walk.
And College Game Day.
And College Game Day was there. Then you fast forward a few more years, and you had the back-to-back regular season games in L.A. and Lincoln, both won by UCLA, but then the Foster Farms Bowl, the last bowl win for the Huskers. So these two programs have a good history against each other. Nebraska 1-2 against the spread versus the Bruins since 2012. Nebraska covered as dogs in the bowl game, but UCLA both won and covered in Lincoln in 13 and as 4-point underdogs they were in Pasadena in 2012. Huskers 44th in the power rankings, 67% chance of beating the Bruins, says K Ford. The Bruins are 68th in the power rankings. Nebraska this season, 5-2-1 against the spread. The spread differential is -12, so they got some of those points back last week.
The Indiana game obviously weighing them down, but last week they were 25.5-point dogs, and they only lost by 4, so that's going to give them 21.5 points right there.
Now, this is pretty narrow, but it's also telling. In their last 10 games, as a home favorite of anywhere between 6 and 10 points. So basically, a one-score favorite or a touchdown favorite.
Like they were against Illinois.
Nebraska's just 5-5 straight up and 3-6-1 against the numbers since 2015. 4 of the 5 losses have come to conference foes. The under has been the play in 8 of those last 10 spots.
Wow.
And as I mentioned earlier, the month of November has been a home disaster as Nebraska's just 1-9 in their last 10 November games. The only win, Penn State, in 2020. For UCLA, Bruins are 4-3 this season against the spread. Spread differential is -8.5 points. The under has hit in 5 of 7 UCLA games. The Bruins have only won 3 times since 2010 as a road underdog of 6 points or greater. Their last win was 2019 in Pullman as 19-point dogs to Washington State.
Wow.
That was the game that ended up like 65-62.
Yes, I remember that game. A crazy comeback by UCLA to get the win.
The Bruins have won just 1 November road game as an underdog since 2014. That was last year at USC as 5-point underdogs. They won by 18. This is also the first regular season road game west of the Rockies for the Bruins since December 5th, 1998 at Miami. That was a very noteworthy day in college football.
Oh, yes, it was.
Because that was the day where UCLA and Kansas State were
lost.
both in position to win and get to the BCS championship. UCLA needed to win here. There was no conference championship game. K-State needed to beat Texas A&M that night. Both teams lost, and that's why Florida State and Tennessee got to the BCS. Otherwise, we would have had a BCS title game of UCLA and Kansas State.
Wow.
And that was the last time the Bruins had played a road game west of the Rockies in the month of November or December.
Wow.
So there you go. There's some trends and historical facts about this series. Now, Key Party.
Let's do it. Woo!
As we get you the keys to the game and we'll get you our picks. We have been the negative boys the last 2 weeks. Nobody has picked Nebraska the last 2 weeks.
Sad.
Will that trend change? Find out coming up on 1620 The Zone.
best time at your party. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks for reminding me that Miami is indeed east of the Rockies. I misspoke. Yes, east of the Rockies. But it'll be the first time in a generation.
You know,
UCLA has played a regular season game this late in the year east of the Rockies.
You wouldn't have made that mistake if you were wearing your glasses, John.
Oh, John, that's what it is.
I just
put them back on.
Nerds know. I know
boy.
directions.
Yeah.
I'm the best at directions.
Well, speaking of nerds, Josh, time for your keys.
Nice. Let's begin with.
Wow, this looks like a lot of bad sequels.
Hey, the UTEP game was fun, and the first half of the Colorado game was fun.
How many times is the sequel better than the original?
Empire was better than the original.
Again,
don't let
rare,
Nick talk
rare,
about it, but
rare.
it was better. We begin with key number 1, UTEP Part 2. We had the stat yesterday about the UCLA defense. They have seen the most passing attempts, and you just said this one as well. Most passing attempts of any team in the Big Ten. They've allowed the most passing yards, highest completion percentage, and the most passing touchdowns. Think back to the opener versus UTEP. I don't think Nebraska's passing offense has looked as good as it did that night. Dylan Raiola completed over 70% of his passes, averaged close to 9 yards per attempt, had a couple touchdowns, and perhaps most importantly, for this discussion, no interceptions. He spread the ball around well. Go look up and down the box score and look how many players caught a pass, and in particular, look at the top 2 receivers that Nebraska had, or who we thought were going to be the top 2 receivers. They had close to 200 yards in Banks and Nair. Put together a similar performance again versus a defense that will definitely allow it to happen if they give Nebraska a chance. UTEP Part 2. Let's move to key number 2, which is Colorado Part 2. UCLA, John, has given up close to 3 sacks a game this year. Good enough for 103rd in the country. On the other side, Nebraska has one of the best sack defenses in the country. And if you think back to the Colorado game, what did they do? They put a ton of pressure on Shedeur Sanders. They got to him 6 times. He had that horrific pick 6 early on that made it 14-0 and allowed for Nebraska to really stiff arm him the rest of the game. That was the game-deciding touchdown. They went up 14-0. Colorado would only get to 10 points. That's the most that they've had in a game this year. They hit 5 against Purdue. They hit 4 against Rutgers. They've also had an interception in every game that they have played in, except for the loss versus Illinois. So if they can get to Ethan Garbers, a player who does have a little bit of scoop to his game, force him into throwing an interception or 2, which he has done for all but the Rutgers game this year, it's going to put that offense in a really, really tough spot. Now, key number 3 is Purdue Part 2, and I know some would say
this is the worst series of sequels.
Some would say, my God, please not
to
that
watch
game.
That game again.
It's going to be tied again, 0-0.
Right.
You know what though? That Nebraska did in that game, they moved the ball up and down the field. They did not finish, but they moved the ball up and down the field. And you know what else they did? They had different run elements that we have really not seen a whole lot. You know, I know that we frustrated some people the following week saying words like Mickey and Mouse about Nebraska's run offense.
But it is.
But we haven't seen a whole lot of that since.
That's true.
It was easily Nebraska's best rushing day versus a power conference team this season. 161 yards on the ground. They had 32 carries. They averaged over 5 yards. Ja'Cory Barney had 66 yards. Emmett Johnson had 50. Harburg had a couple of rushes as well for 9 yards a pop. It was definitely not perfect, but I would say it's the best that the offense has looked running the ball. You know, that or Ohio State, I guess, when you want to consider opponent. And while UCLA, it's not like they are a bad rush defense. I think that this is a group that they could run the ball against if they were able to maybe bring back some of those elements. Key number 4, Rutgers Part 2. You know what impressed me the most about the Rutgers game, John? It was that the defense bowed up multiple times. They were put in horrific positions via bad interception, via bad special teams. The offense never had good field position as well in the second half, which meant that the defense was going to play with short fields defending that Rutgers offense. And we know what they did. They did an awesome job. You know, we've called them, or I guess I've called them a bit of a front-running team since the Indiana game or after that Indiana game. This was a game, though, that showed they don't have to have a perfect situation for them. And the weather tomorrow certainly doesn't look like it's going to be perfect either. Before they lost In overtime against Illinois, even, they played good defense at the end. They made some plays, and we saw what happened versus Ohio State last week when they were put in a garbage situation that first drive, and they responded very, very well. So Rutgers part 2. And then the final one, actually, let's do Ohio State part 2. And this is obviously going to be about John Hull, because he was awesome last week. 3 field goals, a 54-yarder among them, which is one of the longest field goals that we have ever seen Nebraska make. I imagine that they're going to have to kick another field goal or 2, if not more, tomorrow. I never thought that I would believe in the kicking game moving forward after what we saw, really going back to the Rutgers game. But I think I do, man. The snaps were still a little high on inside. So the snaps got to be a little bit better. They got to have a better operation across the board. But at the very least, it's nice to have a kicker that you can trust. So UTEP part 2, pass the ball again very, very well. Colorado part 2, get to the quarterback. Purdue part 2, let's see a little bit of that interesting, different run game come back in. Rutgers part 2, bow up when you're in bad positions. And Ohio State part 2, the kicking game.
Mine is going to take on a musical tinge.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, again?
Aretha Franklin.
Nice.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T, your opponent. Matt Rule made an interesting admission this week that he didn't think his team gave full respect to Indiana, which very disappointing as much as we chastise folks in the audience. Hey, don't overlook Indiana because their name is Indiana. They're really good. This game needs to be played the same way as Ohio State. There's no excuse for not bringing the same effort this week and then in 2 weeks and then the week after that and the week after that. No excuse.
Mm-hmm.
If you want people to start trusting you, and there's a good reason why people don't trust Nebraska football. They've been burned too many times where we've seen the close, inspiring loss to a better team. And then next week, air fart. This is now Nebraska fighting in its own weight class. But that does not mean you don't bring the same effort, because that kind of effort is the so-called championship effort that Matt Rule has been looking for. That's how you're going to forget about 6 wins. You're going to be talking much bigger things if you can bring that this week. So the positive energy, the fight, that needs to be there, and it starts with R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Key number 2, Teddy Pendergrass had a song called Close the Door. In this case, my key is close the screen door.
Oh.
No, I'm not talking about Nebraska's screen game. I'm actually talking about UCLA, because that's something they do good in the pass game. They are 37th in passing success rate. It's one of the few things this team has done good from the beginning of the season.
Well,
a lot of 1, 2, 3, quick step, throw, get the ball out, and swing passes to the backs. Between TJ Harden, Keegan Jones, and Jalen Berger, they have 44 of the 148 team receptions. So this is going to function in many ways as their run game, because they're famously not good at running the football. They run it 9.5% fewer than expectation. So they are going to lean on the pass game, and the screen game will be part of that. So close that screen door. Key number 3, it's ZZ Top, who once sang, "Got Me Under Pressure." Going to your point about putting pressure on the quarterback, Ethan Garbers has been sacked 18 times this season.
A lot.
It's a lot of times.
Almost 3 per game average. So the sacks are there. Garbers, 7 of his 9 picks have come under pressure, 48% completion percentage.
I saw a picture of him on the internet, and he looked terrified. He was about to throw the ball. I bet he got sacked right after that picture was taken.
Probably did.
He enjoyed his best game of the season 2 weeks ago against Rutgers. Why? Because he had the lowest pressure rate he faced all season. And one other thing about Garbers, don't underestimate him. His passing success rate is better than Luke Altmaier. Luke Altmaier famously had a very good game against Nebraska. His passing success rate is better than Dylan Raiola's. So he can be dangerous if you give him time. Nebraska cannot give him time. Key 4, Guns N' Roses.
Oh, Sweet Child of Mine.
Nope.
Damn.
Patience.
Oh.
UCLA is kind of a bend but don't break defense. Easily their best marks on defense is preventing explosive plays. They're 34th in the nation in giving up plays of 10 or more yards. They're 13th in the nation in giving up 20-yard plays. So they're good at kind of keeping things in front of them and make teams drive. So they're going to test Nebraska's patience. You'll be able to move the ball. Their echo rate's not great, but huge chunk plays probably not going to be there, especially with the weather as well. So Dylan's got to be efficient. The good news is teams have been efficient against UCLA. 69% completion percentage allowed this season by quarterbacks against the Bruins, and 3 times this year they have allowed more than 9 yards per attempt. Here's my challenge. It's not only about being patient, but can Jamal Banks and Naor get off the schneid? We had the stat for you yesterday. In the last 3 games, the combined receiving yardage and catches from Banks and Naor is 9 for 128 yards. That's 2 receivers in 3 games. These were your 1 and 2 receivers. And basically, what they have done is given you 1 good game out of 6 potential games because it's 2 receivers over 3 games. That's got to improve this week. And then finally, Steely Dan.
Ricky, don't lose that number.
No.
Damn.
Do it again. Last week, Nebraska found the momentum stoppers. The first time happened when the defense was on the field for the first time. It was a bad kickoff return. It was a bad punt. It was a short field for Ohio State. And what did the defense do? They forced a 4 and out. Then the offense was a momentum stopper. Ohio State gets a touchdown. Next drive, Nebraska drives, gets a field goal. So the special teams chipped in. Next time Ohio State scored, another big play. What did Nebraska do? Scored again, another field goal. Special teams helped out. That's what good teams do. They find momentum stoppers. And then Nebraska got within 5, and the defense really shut down Ohio State for a good long time. Now, they didn't get that one more stop that they needed, but they did more complimentary football last week than we've seen out of them in a while.
Mm-hmm.
So, in the words of Steely Dan, do it again. Because there's going to be moments in this game where you're going to need a momentum stopper. And if you can channel that again from last week, I think you'll be in good shape.
From Chance in the YouTube chat, he says, John, November Rain was right there for Guns N' Roses.
Well, yeah, but that wasn't a key. My key was patience. I mean, yeah, November rain. It is going to rain, I guess.
It is November.
And it is November, but what can I tell the team? Wear your slickers.
I liked when
wear your galoshes.
I liked when you said air fart.
Yeah,
air fart. Yeah, it was an air fart.
What's an air fart?
I've never heard air fart.
As opposed to a ground fart.
Hard to argue with that.
Not a space fart either.
Not a space fart.
No, there is no air in space.
Yeah, it's vacuum, famously.
Yep.
It's a
Coming
Dyson.
up next, it's time for predictions.
Let's do it.
And we'll find out what we think about Nebraska and UCLA, plus the other big games of the week, and also some prop bets as well. 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
Well, last week it was very, very tight. Very tight.
Again.
But I managed to win one more thanks to the Hail Mary by the Washington Commanders. I was the only one.
Damn it!
I was the only one to add Washington.
Damn. I weirdly didn't. I usually do.
Yeah. Well, remember, because we didn't think Daniels was going to play.
Ah, that's true.
Yeah.
But a very tight race so far in predictions. Nick did pick up
a bonus.
Another bonus
Because
point
of Boston
for
College.
Boston College.
That's a tough look that Nick has double the bonus points of me, 3 more than you, and yet he is still in last place. Without this little gimmick, I'd be wiping the floor with you two in the fall.
What are you talking about?
I only have 4.
I'm right there with you.
I only have 4.
I only have one more than you do.
Be wiping the floor, and I have
keep
2
in
more
mind,
points than you overall.
I am the 5-time defending champion of this.
Nobody
thing.
cares.
The bonus
about the past,
points
old man.
matter, though, so it's fine.
Interesting, Nick. You'd have 71 points, and I'd have 79.
All right, let's start with the biggest game in college football this weekend. Ohio State minus 3.5 at Penn State. Mr. Wiping the floor.
The wrong team
Oh,
is
we knew you were going to do this.
favorite. Well, I picked Oregon, and I was right there. Wasn't I,
Wow.
John? Wasn't I, John? Wasn't I, John? Wasn't I, John? Nittany Lions get the dub.
That's problematic.
Why?
You know what happened with Penn State.
That's true.
Which time?
Well,
Exactly.
many times.
You have to ask.
I can find. Hey, Ohio State had that weird wide receiver coach.
I have not bought into Penn State this year.
There's bought into Ohio State. They're doo-doo, baby.
No, I don't think Ohio State's doo-doo. But I think Penn State.
They're at least a number 1.
Yeah.
Or PP.
Penn State, if they win, Penn State could be that team that if they were to go undefeated or at least have one loss and get to the playoff, could get their boats raced in the first round of the playoff.
No, they make it. I don't care about that. I care about tomorrow.
Ohio State.
Okay.
I think they straightened it out. I think they were looking a little bit ahead last week.
I'm also taking Ohio State.
Thanks for the point, boys.
Largest lead in this game, over under 8.5. I'm going to go over. I think Ohio State could get an early jump on Penn State, maybe get up like 14 and force Penn State to come back. I don't think it'll be a blowout, but I could see this. I could see someone getting up by 10 points in this game.
Even if this game goes down to the wire, I do think a team is going to go up by 10 points either side. So, yeah, I'll go over as well.
I'll be at an island. Give me the under.
All right. The other game, ranked versus ranked, is at night. Pitt is at SMU.
I've been thinking about this all day since I've created the graphic.
Really?
I can't get SMU out of my head, and I don't know why. So give me SMU.
I agree with Nick. Not for the reasons that he has SMU. I think they're going to play better in this game, though, and I think they're going to win and cover.
Yeah, SMU.
Okay.
They do have their quarterback Jennings back. There was concerns that he might be injured, but he will play, and they will be at home. Big game for SMU in a huge ACC rivalry that dates back to, well, it'll date back to tomorrow.
Got to be your bowl.
Nice.
Indiana at Michigan State. Connor Happer is not here to take Michigan State, but will anyone else take Michigan State as Indiana is -8?
Seems too easy. Give me the Hoosiers. They keep winning. They keep covering.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ride with them until they give me a reason not to.
I agree with Josh.
Ooh.
Are you going for that point?
No. Yikes.
All right,
We
all in
all
agreement.
agree. That means look out, Indiana.
Uh-huh.
Interesting game here. You've got Illinois, who's been the surprise team that's ranked.
Yep.
Minnesota, that's been the surprise team that's not ranked. But Minnesota going to Illinois
They're favorites.
is favored. Why?
Something stinky here.
Something is stinky.
Yesterday, you said something was stinky, and I talked myself into the Texans. I'm going to follow Vegas on this. Give me the Gophers.
I'm going to take Illinois.
Even though I don't think they're a better team.
I'm taking Illinois.
Okay.
I deny you your stink, Vegas. Texas A&M is a 3-point favorite at South Carolina. Could the Aggies, who are now in the driver's seat to make Atlanta, could they be suffering a bit of a hangover after their win last week? Nick?
The wrong team is favored. Give me South Carolina.
Yeah, this was a game that on Bet the Board, which I know you listened to, Brad Powers liked the Gamecocks. I will follow Bet the Board, even though last week it led me astray. I like following them though. Give me South Carolina. I don't even know if they're going to win, but I'll take the points at home. Hangover effect. A&M maybe looking ahead to the end of the month versus Texas.
I'm going to trust that defense, and I'm going to go A&M. Close, but I'm going to take A&M. Ashton Genty, who is he playing this weekend? I didn't even look.
They're playing tonight.
They are? That's right. The
Yeah.
game's been moved to Fox.
That game
because
is
the World Series.
Oh,
is
has
over.
it? I didn't know that.
The game has been moved to Fox.
San Diego State. They are massive, massive favorites in this game.
And that's why I'm massively taking Ashton Genty to go over the 182.5.
Over.
Now to the NFL. The Denver Broncos finally get some local TV love around here, but they're doing so because they're playing the Baltimore Ravens, who are coming off the sting of another odd defeat. The Ravens are 8.5-point favorites at home.
I think I'm going to pick the Broncos on this one.
They do have a good defense, Nick.
They do have a good defense, but they also have not faced. I don't like giving that many points away.
A lot of points.
Game,
it's a lot of points in the NFL.
But I trust Lamar. They haven't seen a guy like Lamar. They haven't seen a running back like Travis Henry. I'm going to take the
Derrick
Ravens.
Henry.
Derrick Henry. I always say Travis. Why do I say Travis?
There is a Travis Henry, isn't there?
There is, but I keep saying
Nick, Google Travis Henry
Derrick
for
Henry.
us. Yeah.
Ravens.
I'm going to retweet John's statement, though, without the Travis Henry misstep.
The Bills.
Yeah.
Travis Henry plays for the Bills?
Played for the Bills.
I don't remember this man.
He's 46 years old.
Yeah, I don't remember this I don't know why I keep saying, I'm going to say Travis.
Got to be your ball.
He played for Tennessee.
Bears at the Cardinals. The Bears are a 1-point dog, and now having to go from one coast to almost the other coast.
Cross country.
After the disappointment of the giving up the Hail Mary on that, I will take Arizona.
So here are the teams that the Bears have beaten this year. The Titans, the Rams, when the Rams were injured, the Cardinals, the Jaguars. The teams they've lost to, the Texans, the Colts, and the Commanders. I think the Cardinals are more in line with the latter group than the former group. Give me Arizona.
I think. Okay, so that's right. Of course, they won last week. I forgot about that. I erased it from my brain because they won by a point after the Dolphins choked. But that's the Dolphins choking. Call of Duty is still out.
Yeah.
Which means that Kyler Murray is not paying attention.
So the Bears?
Give me the Bears.
It's a long, convoluted way to say it.
The Bears.
The
Magas
Why
team.
do you always put the Cowboys in predictions? We don't put the Rams in predictions. We don't put the Dolphins in predictions every week. They're a bad team. Why do we have to talk about the Cowboys?
We didn't have I don't believe we had the Frisco game in predictions.
Yeah, we did. Because I picked San Francisco and I got the points. I pick against them every week.
We did not have.
Oh, sad. I would have gotten a free
We
point.
did not
I did it in my
have-
pick 'em. My bad. I did it in my pick 'em.
Well, I wasn't going to pick the Cowboys last week.
Falcons. Why would you pick the Cowboys? They suck.
I'll pick the Cowboys.
You're an idiot. Thanks for the point, Nick. What are you
Well-
going to do, John? You going to give me a point too?
No.
Thankfully, you are finally a smart man. They're bad.
I am a smart
Folks,
man.
they are horrible.
Jeez.
Micah Parsons is
hey.
still out. Mike, hey, why'd you turn my microphone down?
Because I got confused.
Micah Parsons is still out. Deron Bland is still out.
And Mike McCarthy is still the coach.
And Mike McCarthy is still the
Yes,
coach.
I'm going with the Falcons.
Okay.
The big game late tomorrow on Fox. Or
Sunday.
late Sunday on Fox. Lions 2.5-point favorites at Green Bay.
Jordan Love is good.
He is going
right.
to
Like
play,
he's back.
too.
He is
expected to
playing.
play, yes.
He is playing. Is he healthy?
I'm sorry, Chance. Give me the Packers. I like Jordan Love.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'll take that point again. I like Detroit here. Detroit, look, I know there's an undefeated team. Detroit has the look about them. Every week, I come away more impressed by the Lions. Give me the Lions.
Ditto. Detroit. Prop bets, Dylan Raiola touchdown passes, over under 1.5. He famously did not have one in the month of October.
Wow.
You turned John's mic up a little bit. You turned it down too much.
Yeah, I can't hear myself.
There we go.
Under.
Wow. You guys are just giving me points left and right. Let's go over.
It's going to be
including
raining.
one from Mr. Banks.
It's going to be raining.
You're allowed to catch the football in the rain.
Remember,
It's not illegal.
Remember at the top of the show?
Who's going to catch those touchdowns?
Mr. Banks.
Yeah.
Hey, he's caught him before.
I think he's had like
9 yards.
6 yards receiving in the last 3 games.
Yeah.
Remember at the top of the show when I said I had a hot take about this game?
Yeah.
Here's that hot take.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get more Heine this weekend.
So you're going
because
under
it's
2?
raining and Heine doesn't have to throw when it's raining.
He'll fumble every 2 plays.
So I'm going to take the under.
Wow. Points. Give me all them points.
Dylan's longest rush over under 9.5 yards.
I'm confused about this one because 9, that seems too generous. That seems too high.
Last week he had like a 40-yard carry.
He had 2 rushes of over 10 yards.
Still
Nebraska had 5 plays over 10 yards last week.
Still seems too high.
Okay.
Give me the under.
On the ground. Under.
I'll try to steal the point here. I think he does scramble and get a first down. I'll take the over.
Okay.
How many field goals will John Hole make?
Under.
Can't believe that we're doing this. 1.5.
Remember the prop bet a few weeks ago was,
what do you even
will they
kick
make
one?
a field goal?
Under.
Under.
Well, that's boring because we all agree.
What are we at now? Is it 1?
What?
No, it's got to be 2. How many field goals have they made since
3.
September 30th?
They made 3. They made 3 last week. They were all last week.
4 more, and then I'm right.
Hey, Nick, your number's looking better than all the other ones right now.
Black shirt sacks over under 2.5. UCLA famously allows nearly 3, and I think that trend continues over.
I'll take the over.
Same.
The upset of the week. Last week, I went with the Nerds again? Yeah, I went with the Nerds again at Northwestern. This time, I'm going to go with a superior form of Nerds.
Stanford?
And the superior form of Nerds are in the SEC.
Oh.
Give me Vanderbilt plus 7.5 against the Auburn Tigers.
They're 7.5-point dogs?
Yes.
Wow, they should be 7.5-point favorites. Last week, I had a really rough go at it. I had Florida State, and they were close, but close is only good for you in horseshoes and hand grenades.
And nukes.
This week, I will go to the Big 12 Conference. Iowa State's been living on the wild side this year, John. Give me Texas Tech, rather, against Iowa State, plus the 13.5.
Ooh.
Give me Texas Tech.
My pick for this week is a game that we talked about earlier in predictions.
Okay.
Indiana.
Oh.
Is going to win over Ohio State. On FanDuel, it's at plus 12.5.
Indiana's playing Michigan State this week.
Then
Nick.
why? That says November 23rd. My gosh. It's so confusing sometimes how FanDuel organizes
We just
things.
talked about the Michigan State Indiana
We did.
game, though.
That's why I saw Indiana, and I'm like, of course they're going to win.
I was like, wow, he's going with Michigan State. Didn't he pick Indiana?
Good thing we don't mess with them anymore.
I don't understand the way they lay things out.
I mean, they have lots of games, Nick, so you can do games.
Right, but you think they could break it down by week.
They
you
do.
know? They do, but then you scroll.
We're
Like
running out of time.
I
give
know
us a
we're
game.
running out of time. I'm
I
stalling.
saw Nick scrolling over there earlier. I did this earlier today. I was like, I got a game, and I found my game.
Give me Louisville over Clemson.
Cool.
What's the
Plus
spread?
10.5.
Plus 10.5.
Let's make sure. Are they actually playing
Yes,
this week,
they're
Nick?
playing Saturday.
Yes,
7:30.
they are definitely playing. And then finally to the Nebraska game, the line is at 6.5, and the total's at 39.5. I think this will be a lower scoring game. I think the under will hit. I'll take Nebraska with a skinny cover. I'll go 21-13 Nebraska.
Nick, you're the king of the comment section. Even though one comment does say automatic loss for Nick. Last time he did this, he got a win. So congrats to Louisville
That
on
is
the cover
true. Good
and probably
point.
a victory.
Yeah.
So for a while, I've had this earmarked on Nebraska's schedule as a win. Like it's just gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And then seeing the radar chart yesterday, just made it even more sure in my mind.
Okay.
So I think it's gonna be a decisive 24-7 Nebraska.
Wow. Look, I've been saying it all week. They're going to win by multiple scores. They're going to whoop that ass, lock up the bull bid, party at Cross Train. We'll see you there. 6 o'clock. We'll be on for at least 2 hours, but not a minute more. It's going to be a great time. Free pizza, $3 brews, 30, 1, 2, 10. Big Red, going bowling, baby.
Wow, you don't want any pie?
I'll take a bite of the pie.
You just hope he's not eating the whole damn thing. All right. Wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I'll find out when I get home.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
What did you have last night?
I have last night.
I had that burrito bowl.
Oh, because it was Halloween. It was
Halloween
pizza night, so it
week.
was Valentino's.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, usually, because we're setting up, they're setting up for Halloween. They just order out. So that's usually how Halloween works.
Yeah, so I got some leftovers that I could do the burrito bowl with. Oh, no. I forgot that she made wings, and I'm going to heat those up in the air fryer. Let's go. I got wings and fries coming my way.
Nice. I wish I remembered the name of it's a brewery.
Is it some adjective and then a noun?
It's 192nd and Center. It's next to like that Aldi and that Dollar Tree that is being built.
192nd. Bearded? Is that not where Bearded is?
I'm trying, but anyway, we went there last night. I had a burger. It was delicious. I will be going back. Tonight, honestly, I might just raid the fridge in the break room. I'm going to be working a little late, so maybe I'll just have some more chili or
Laszlo's?
dogs. It was Laszlo's.
Okay.
Laszlo's.
Well, tomorrow we'll be at Cross Train.
Join us.
We're going to watch the game. We'll be there, so join us.
If you've ever wondered, what does John say during games? Tomorrow's your chance to find out. Lots of words.
You're going to have a different opinion of John after you see it.
You'll say, I have an opinion.
We're not watching a Rams game.
If you want to get John's thoughts on the latest polling in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, you can get that tomorrow.
If you want to show him a map with a compass and show him where east and west are, you can do that.
Oh, yeah. John was catching strays earlier when he was talking about the Rocky Mountains. And John, they're west of us.
Talk about air farts.
Yep.
Or maybe Nick, maybe you can visit with Nick if you don't want to visit with us, and Nick can tell you about that polka band that's doing the concert next summer that he's been giving away tickets for.
Hey.
Polka metal sounds
But
awesome.
anyway, we're going to be at Cross Train.
Yep.
There's going to be $3 Cornhead Lagers.
Yep.
They're going to have free pizza while it lasts.
Yep.
They've got the big screens there set up. Of course, all their other great beers. You can bring your own food if you'd like, because it's not, a sports bar per se. But if you want to, stop by, grab your own food on the way in, or bring your own from home, it does not matter. Come by, watch the game with us. And then afterwards, Big Red Overreaction live from Cross Train. It is just off of Portal Road, south of Giles in La Vista. And if you're on your way back from the game, just jump off at the 442 exit, the Harrison Giles exit, and come on down and see us.
By the way, don't forget, Zone Deal, Le Voltaire, still available right now at 1620thezone.com.
Do it.
So please, if you get a chance, join us at Cross Train, or at least be listening. Enjoy the game tomorrow. Don't forget, Sunday morning, Michael Severe.
Wow.
Severe Reaction.
The station never turns off.
No.
It doesn't. 6 a to 6 p.
We have Husker Talk for you every day.
It runs 24 hours a day unless the gerbils, go on strike.
Bye.
Bye.